Hoje eu vou tentar, galera, jogar de sniper aí, beleza? Dar uma treinada aí. E seja o que Deus quiser aí. Salve, salve, seus top. Testando esse som aí, galera. Não sei se tava saindo o som. É porque o microfone aqui do jogo tava ligado aqui. Então eu não sei se saiu o som aí pra vocês aí, beleza?
Hardpoint. Hardpoint identified. We tied for the lead. Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint contested.
Enemy contact.
Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested.
Enemy down.
Hardpoint lost. We've taken the lead. Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint identified. Capture the objective.
Target in sight. Contact with enemy.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Contact with enemy. Enemy in sight.
Hardpoint locked down.
Target in sight.
Hardpoint contested.
Contact with enemy. Target down. Get down, sniper!
Hardpoint contested. Sentry gun ready to deploy. Hardpoint identified. Capture the objective.
Sniper eliminated.
Orbital laser is ready. Hardpoint is ours.
Enemy contact. Need backup.
Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have our hardpoint.
Enemy in sight. Get down, sniper! Sniper eliminated.
Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint lost.
Enemy contact. Enemy contact.
Hardpoint identified. Capture the objective. Hostiles have our hardpoint. Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint lost. Control on standby. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have our hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint identified. Capture the objective.
Target in sight.
Hardpoint locked down.
Contact with enemy.
Hardpoint contested.
Target in sight. Target down.
Hardpoint lost. Hardpoint is ours.
Enemy in sight. Tango down. Alert!
Objective almost complete. Keep it up. VTOL inbound. Capture the objective. Hostiles have our hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint contested.
Enemy in sight. Target
Hardpoint identified. We tied for the lead.
Contact with enemy.
Hostiles have captured our hardpoint. Hostiles have our hardpoint.
Target in sight.
Hardpoint is ours.
Contact with enemy. Target down. Enemy contact.
Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint identified. Capture the objective. Capture the objective. Hardpoint lost. Capture the objective.
Target in sight. Enemy in sight. Contact with enemy. Target in sight. Enemy contact.
Hardpoint locked down.
Enemy in sight.
Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint identified. Capture the objective. Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested. It's too close. Fight harder. We've taken the lead. Hardpoint contested.
Contact with enemy!
Hardpoint locked down. Friendly stealth chopper inbound contested.
Enemy in sight. Tango down.
Hardpoint identified. Capture the objective.
Enemy contact!
Hostiles have our hardpoint.
Need backup. Tango down.
Hardpoint is ours. Hunter-killer drone deployed. Our sentry gun has been destroyed.
Target in sight. Target down. Contact with enemy. Enemy contact.
Hardpoint contested. Capture the objective.
Target in sight. Enemy in sight. Target down. Enemy contact. Target in sight.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hostile sentry gun in your AO.
Enemy contact. Tango down. Contact with enemy.
Hardpoint is ours. Capture the objective. Hardpoint lost.
Fala aí, mano. Beleza?
Hardpoint locked down.
Contact.
Keep on them. Winning this one.
Target in sight.
Hardpoint contested.
Enemy down.
Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Enemy in sight. Tango down.
Capture the objective. Capture the objective. Capture the objective. Hardpoint lost.
Target in sight. Enemy down.
Be advised, hostile sentry gun spotted.
Target in sight. Tango down.
Hostiles have the hardpoint. Tied for the lead. Capture
Enemy
the objective.
contact.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Enemy in sight.
Mission failed. We'll get him next time.
Fala aí, bode rei, beleza?
You are the new jump leader. Good luck.
I'm the new jump leader.
Welcome to Battle Royale. Time for the mission. Get ready.
Here we go.
First blood. The revived flight will arrive in 1 minute.
Engaging the enemies. Enemy down.
Chip terminal is almost ready. The safe zone is collapsing.
Never mind. Never mind.
The airdrop is coming.
The revived flight will arrive in 1 minute.
Never mind.
Airdrop has been delivered.
Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind.
He has
The
been
airdrop is coming.
Get the dog tag.
Return to the battle.
Airdrop
Airdrop incoming.
Ô,
Você fala assim, ó. Seria uma menina que tá fazendo uma loja.
Airdrop has been delivered.
Você quer jogar mais aí, todo mundo inteira, depois nossa, é organizado, né? Aí depois eu já pego no canal dele, tem que fazer dentro na rua, já vai ter uma forma pra ir, eu vou na casa então o meu tá pronto.
Teammate has been killed. Get the dog tag. Help them return to the battle. Airdrop incoming. Airdrop has been delivered.
Mas eu não sei. Enfim, não sei.
Bato com ela,
Pô, que isso, cara? Que mentira é essa? Meu Deus do céu.
Não, só sozinha. Imagina, só sozinha. Não, foi lá no jeito.
olha,
Ô, Bode Rei, chama mais gente.
Foi no jeito mesmo.
Jogar com aleatório é muito ruim.
Ele tá em cima, tá com
Tá me ouvindo aí, mano? Bora aí, WK. Bora.
Welcome to Battle Royale. The match is about to start. Time for the mission. Get ready.
You can land here.
Grenade here.
The revived flight will arrive in 1 minute.
Engaging the enemy. Enemy down.
Chip terminal is almost ready. The safe zone is collapsing.
The airdrop is coming.
The revived flight will arrive in 1 minute.
The airdrop is coming.
Airdrop has been delivered. Airdrop has been delivered. The revived flight will arrive in 1 minute.
Fala aí, meu mano, beleza? Seja bem-vindo à tropa aqui, Sub-Zero Game aqui, ó, no canal. Se não for inscrito, se inscreve aí agora aí, beleza? Ô galera, deixei uma mensaginha pra vocês aí fixada aqui no chat, beleza?
The airdrop is
Então quem
coming.
puder ajudar aí, chega junto aí, beleza? Que eu vou estar agradecendo. Quem não puder ajudar financeiramente aí, se inscreve aqui no canal. Beleza, tropa? Se inscreve, deixa sempre o seu like aí. Eu tô precisando bater umas horinhas aí, galera.
Airdrop has been delivered.
Então, pessoal que puder aí, o máximo é fixar aí na live aí, eu agradeço.
Engaging the enemies.
The revived flight will arrive in 1 minute.
The airdrop is coming.
Chip terminal is almost ready. Airdrop has been delivered. The safe zone is collapsing. Half of the teams are eliminated.
The airdrop is coming.
Airdrop has been delivered. The revived flight will arrive in 1 minute.
Engaging the enemies. The airdrop is coming.
Airdrop has been delivered. revived flight will arrive in 1 minute. Your teammate has been killed. Get the dog tags and help them return to the battle. Chip terminal is almost ready. The safe zone is collapsing.
The airdrop is coming.
Airdrop has been delivered. The last revive flight will arrive in 1 minute. Down to the last 5 teams. Your teammate has been killed. Get the dog tags and help them return to the battle.
Engaging the enemy. Enemy down. Enemy eliminated. I'm hurt.
Don't give up. You can still return to the battle.
Ô, galera. Opa, fala aí, Cerqueira. Cerqueirão BR. Galera, Cerqueira aí é parceirão também aí, ó. Se inscreve no canal do mano aí, ajuda aí o cara aí, porque o cara é guerreiro, beleza? Ô Cerqueira, só falta aí bobear uns 9 ou 7 pra você bater aí os 1.000 inscritos, né, cara? Fala pra mim aí. Você tá me ouvindo? Então, galera, o Cerqueirão aí, ó, faz lab de PUBG aí, ó. PUBG Mobile. Aí, ó, o cara manda bem. Se inscreve lá no canal dele aí, beleza? Mobile. O cara manda bem. Fala que veio da parte aí do Sub-Zero Gamer. O cara manda bem. Fala que veio da parte aí do Sub-Zero Gamer. O cara manda bem. Fala que veio da parte aí do Sub-Zero Gamer. O cara manda bem. Fala que veio da parte aí do Sub-Zero Gamer. Multiplayer mesmo.
Hardpoint. Hardpoint identified. We tied for the lead. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint contested.
Enemy contact. Need.
Hardpoint is ours. UAV online. Hardpoint contested.
Que isso, mano? Caraca.
Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Target down. Enemy in sight.
Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint identified. Capture the objective. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint contested.
Tira essa cara daí, pô.
Hardpoint
Contact with
contested.
enemy.
The Guardian has been deployed.
Tango down.
Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested.
Enemy contact.
Tango down.
Hardpoint contested.
Target down.
Contact with enemy.
Hardpoint identified. Capture the objective.
Sai da frente, caraca, rapaz. Pô,
Hardpoint lost.
parece ter um imã, quer ficar tudo no mesmo lugar, pô.
Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Enemy contact.
UAV online. Hardpoint identified. Capture the objective. Hardpoint locked down.
Flashbang.
Targets in sight.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint lost.
Você quer ficar parado, né? Quer jogar parado?
I'm hurt.
Então tá bom, então.
Contact with enemy. Enemy down.
Hostile sentry gun in your AO.
Targets in sight.
Target down. Enemy sentry gun has been destroyed.
Enemy airstrike incoming.
Enemy
Be
contact.
careful. Capture the objective. UAV online.
Need backup. Contact with enemy.
Down.
Hardpoint is ours.
Need backup. Tango down.
Enemy contact.
Hardpoint contested.
Targets in sight.
Hardpoint contested.
I got shot. Tango down.
Enemy contact.
Stealth chopper inbound. Hardpoint locked down.
Não é
Hardpoint
possível, mano. Pô, acertei o tiro de em cheio no cara.
Hardpoint contested. Keep on them. We're winning this one. Hardpoint contested. Capture the objective. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested.
Fala aí, Adão, beleza? Ô, Adão, pode ficar aí à vontade aí pra divulgar seu canal,
Hostiles have the
beleza?
hardpoint.
Só colocar aí exclamação gamer, beleza? Game com letra minúscula. Show de bola, Adão?
Contact with enemy.
Hardpoint locked down.
Enemy in sight.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Contact with enemy. Enemy contact. Targets in sight. Contact with enemy.
Olha lá, ó. Acertei de novo no cara, mano. Pô, de snipe. Pô,
Contact with
snipe é um
enemy.
tiro só, cara.
Hardpoint is ours.
Enemy in sight.
Contact with enemy.
Mission accomplished. Good work.
Fala, bode.
Enemy in sight. Targets in sight. Enemy in sight. Contact with enemy. Enemy contact. Enemy in sight. Enemy contact. Enemy in sight.
Hardpoint. Hardpoint identified. We tied for the lead.
Targets in sight.
Hardpoint lost.
Tango down.
Contact with enemy.
Hardpoint is ours. Just too close. Fight harder.
Contact with enemy. Enemy in sight.
Stealth chopper inbound. UAV online. Hard point identified. Capture the objective. Our sentry gun has been destroyed.
Enemy contact. Targets in sight.
Hostiles have captured the hard point.
Enemy contact. Enemy down. Changing mag.
Hard point locked down.
Get down, sniper!
Hard point contested. Hard point contested. Hard point contested. Hostiles have the hard point. Hard point identified. Capture the objective. Hostiles have captured the hard point. Hard point is ours. Hard point lost. Hard point locked down. Hard point contested.
Enemy contact.
Nossa. Caraca, mano, tá bugando pra caraca
Hard
esse
point
jogo aí,
contested.
cara.
Hostiles have captured the hard
Hoje tá brabo.
Our sentry gun has been destroyed.
Nem a MJ
Hard
tá
point
escapando.
contested. Hostiles have the hard point. Hard point is ours.
Target down.
Hard point locked down.
Olha isso.
Sniper!
Hard point contested. Hard point is ours. Sniper down. Hard point identified.
Contact
Capture
with
the
enemy.
objective. Capture the objective. Hostiles have captured the hard point.
Need back. Enemy in sight. Get down, sniper!
UAV online.
Enemy contact!
Hard point locked down. Capture the objective. Be advised, hostile sentry gun spotted.
Contact with enemy.
Hostiles have the hard point.
Enemy sentry gun has been destroyed.
Hostiles have captured the hard point.
Sniper!
Hard point is ours. Hard point contested. Hard point lost. Capture the objective.
Contact with enemy.
Hard point locked down.
Enemy contact. Enemy in sight.
Hostiles have captured the hard point. Hostile hunter-killer drone inbound.
Contact with enemy.
Hostiles have the hard point. Hard point contested. Capture the objective. Heads up, the enemy has deployed chopper gunner.
Changing mag.
Hostile sentry gun in your AO. We lost the lead. Bring it up. Hostile Predator missile inbound.
Priority tasking failure. Return to base.
Hard point. Hard point identified. It's too close. Fight harder. Hard point lost.
Cover me. Reloading. Sniper eliminated.
Hard point locked down. Tied for the lead. Hunter-killer online. We've taken the lead.
Contact with enemy.
Target down.
Hard point identified. Capture the objective. Hostiles have captured the hard point. Stealth chopper inbound. Hard point is ours.
Enemy in sight.
UAV online. Friendly stealth chopper hardpoint identified. Capture the objective. Predator missile inbound. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint locked down. UAV online.
Enemy in sight. Target down. Contact with enemy. Sniper down.
Sentry gun ready for deployment. Hardpoint contested. Orbital lasers ready. Objective almost complete. Keep it up.
Sniper eliminated.
Hardpoint identified. Capture the objective. Hardpoint is ours. Stealth chopper inbound. Hardpoint lost. Hardpoint locked down.
Enemy contact.
Contact with enemy. Reloading. Targets in sight.
It's just another day. Good job.
Bora, galera.
Hard point identified. It's too close. Fight harder. Hostiles have the hard point.
Enemy contact. Tango down.
Hard point locked down.
Enemy contact.
Hard point contested.
Ai, ai.
Hard point lost.
Sempre tem um bobão querendo jogar com assim, desse
Hard
jeito aí.
point is ours. Hard point contested.
O cara quer ficar se aparecendo.
Hard point contested. Hostiles have the hard point.
Contact with enemy.
Heads up, team. Enemy UAV spotted.
Enemy contact. Contact with enemy. Enemy down.
Hard point identified. Capture the objective. Hostiles have captured the hard point. Hard point locked down. Hard point contested.
Enemy contact.
Hostiles have the hard point.
Enemy in sight. Enemy contact.
O cara tá de zoeira, né?
Hostiles have captured the hard point.
Contact with enemy.
Deixa aí.
Targets in sight.
Enemy's advanced UAV is online.
Enemy contact. Targets in sight. Target down. I got shot!
Hard point identified. Capture the objective.
Enemy contact.
Hostiles have the hard point. Be careful. Enemy swarm activated.
Contact with enemy. Targets in sight. Enemy contact. I'm hurt. Enemy. Enemy contact.
Stealth chopper inbound.
Enemy in sight.
Bring it up, squad. Hard point identified. Capture the
Enemy
objective.
contact. Enemy
Hostiles have captured the hard point. Stealth chopper has been destroyed.
Enemy down. Targets in sight.
Hostile sentry gun in your AO.
Targets in sight.
Os caras querem ficar jogando pra dizer que joga muito.
Down.
Tá maluco.
Mission failed. We'll get him next time.
Ô, galera, não esqueça aí, beleza? De fixar um pouco na live aí, galera. Precisando bater umas horas aí, beleza? Eu tô com 500 horas só, preciso bater essas horas aí. Se inscreve no canal aí, tropa. Ajuda aí, beleza? Fala, PT Games. E aí, mano? Tudo beleza? Como é que você tá?
Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint lost. Hardpoint is ours.
Enemy contact.
Hardpoint contested.
Contact with enemy.
Hardpoint
Claro que é
contested.
DD, mano. Você pode estar pegando aí meu apelido aí, ó. Manda solicitação de amizade pra mim aqui, pô. Beleza? Esse aí é o meu nick, ó. Anota aí que agora eu tô podendo anotar, mano. Tô jogando, pô.
Contact with enemy.
Hardpoint identified. Capture the objective.
Tango down.
Anota aí você aí, beleza?
Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint contested.
Targets in sight. Tango down.
Hardpoint lost.
É normal, mano. Eu também fiquei um tempão sem jogar, pô.
Hardpoint is ours.
Normal, ó.
Targets in sight.
Mas depois você consegue, pô.
Enemy contact. Targets in sight.
Sentry gun ready for deployment.
Enemy contact. Contact with enemy.
Hardpoint identified.
Depende, mano. Você tá falando onde? Depende. Battle Royale, MJ.
Targets in sight.
Hardpoint locked down. Orbital laser is ready.
Olha, eu tô...
Grenade.
Então, na MJ eu tô com a patente boa, cara. Só que tá bugado, pô. Tô em Pro, se eu não me engano, aqui. Alguma coisa assim, só que tá bugado aqui, tá parecendo veterano, mano. Entendeu?
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Sniper.
Sniper early control awaiting orders.
Hardpoint identified. Capture the objective. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Enemy contact. Tango down. Enemy in sight. Target down. Contact with enemy.
Hardpoint is
Enemy
ours.
contact. Tango down.
Friendly nuke is ready.
Targets in sight.
Beat hole inbound.
Hardpoint lost.
Tango down.
Hardpoint identified. Capture the objective. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint contested. Deploying orbital laser. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles
Beleza, meu
captured
mano.
hardpoint.
Pode mandar lá que eu aceito. Show?
Enemy contact. Target down.
Hardpoint is ours. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Capture the objective.
Contact with enemy. Enemy in sight.
Sentry gun deployed.
Target down.
Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint
Enemy
contested.
down.
Hardpoint contested.
Tango down. Targets in sight.
Keep on them. We're winning this one.
Warning, friendly nuke has been launched. Repeat, friendly nuke has been launched.
Target down.
Por enquanto eu sou mobile, mano. Tô jogando no celular.
The objective.
Enemy
Entendeu?
in sight.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Tango down. I'm hurt. Enemy contact.
Ô, galerinha. Eu tava falando aqui no início da live, beleza? Deixei aí um recado fixado aí.
Hardpoint is ours.
Quem puder tá ajudando aí, beleza? Quem sabe aí da luta desse canal aí, pode estar ajudando o canal, tá bom? Contribuindo aí com o canal, tá bom?
Targets in sight. Reloading. Cover.
A única coisa, galera, que eu falo pro pessoal aí que tá faltando aqui no PC é a placa de vídeo, uma placa de vídeo aí, beleza? Eu posso colocar uma placa de vídeo aí intermediária e tá faltando aqui comprar aqui
Mission accomplished.
mais pente de memória aqui, o kitzinho tá R$70. Beleza? Você pode estar ajudando aí, que você a quantia que você quiser, com 2 aí, com 3. A gente, beleza? A gente tá junto aí. E aí, PQD, beleza?
Hardpoint identified. Tied for the lead.
Contact with enemy.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Lost the lead. Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested.
We're down.
Too close. Fight harder.
Targets in sight. Reloading. Enemy in sight. Target down.
Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint lost.
Contact with enemy.
Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint identified. Capture the objective.
Targets in sight. Enemy down.
Hardpoint is ours.
Changing mag.
UAV online. Hardpoint contested.
Enemy in sight.
Hardpoint contested.
Targets in sight.
Hardpoint contested. Hunter-killer drone deployed.
Enemy down. Contact with enemy.
Sentry gun ready to deploy.
Targets in sight. Targets in sight. Enemy contact.
Hardpoint identified. Capture the objective. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down.
Contact with enemy.
Friendly swarm activated. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint is ours. UAV online. Friendly hunter-killer drone deployed.
Enemy in sight. Targets in sight.
Hardpoint identified. Capture the objective.
Enemy in sight.
Hardpoint locked down.
Contact with enemy.
Friendly airstrike incoming. Objective almost complete. Stealth chopper inbound. Enemy shock RC is coming.
Changing mag. Cover me.
Targets in sight.
Just another day. Good job.
Bora, tropa.
Hard points identified. We tied for the lead. Hostile capture the hard point. Hard point locked down.
Enemy contact. Reloading.
Hard point contested. Hostiles have the hard point.
Contact with enemy.
Sniper.
Hard point identified. Capture the objective. Hard point is ours.
Enemy inside. I got shot.
Todos os personagens fracos. Tudo bosta esses personagens. Não aguenta.
Hard point identified. Capture the objective. Hard point locked down. Hard point contested. Hostile hunter killer drone locked down. Contested.
Aí.
UAV online. Hard point contested. Hunter killer drone deployed. Hard point contested. Friendly hunter killer drone deployed.
Contact with enemy.
Stealth chopper inbound. Hostile capture the hard point.
Enemy down.
Hard point identified. Capture the objective.
Enemy inside.
Hard point contested. Hard point is ours.
Got it down.
Hard point contested. Hard point lost. Hostile hunter killer drone inbound.
Contact with enemy! Tango down!
Hardpoint locked down.
Targets inside!
UAV online. Capture the hunter-killer drone. Heads up. Enemy strike incoming. Hardpoint is ours. Enemy airstrike incoming. Careful. Hostiles have our hardpoint.
Targets inside!
Hardpoint locked down.
Reloading.
Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint lost. Hardpoint is ours. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Contact with enemy! Enemy!
Hardpoint locked down.
Cover me!
Capture the objective. Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested. UAV online. It's too close. Fight harder. Objective almost complete. Keep it up. Friendly taking the lead. Hunter-killer drone deployed. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint lost. Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Enemy inside! Targets inside!
Capture the objective.
Enemy inside!
Hardpoint is ours. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Tied for the lead.
Tango down!
Sentry gun ready for deployment.
Caraca, os caras ainda ganharam ainda.
Enemy in sight. Enemy in sight.
Defeated. Don't let this happen again.
Ô galera, vocês cagaram.
been starting on the offensive side that Exclusive found the win, which makes it that much more impressive given the 3-0.
It was a back and forth, man. I mean, at one point you thought Kings were able to finally adapt into the play of Exclusive, but no, they just knew how to stop the push. They knew when to slow things down. And when you thought that they were going to be at a certain spot, and when they actually left that alpha site for Kings to get, they just held down a huge fort, a huge wall that the Kings could just not overcome. And now for Exclusive, that's got to feel good. That confidence is booming. And like what we mentioned already in that S&D, when Neil was able to finally get his footing, get that rhythm into that last few rounds, and even though they lost that S&D, I feel like that was still essential for him to get that confidence and be MVP. You don't get to see Neil MVP a lot.
Yeah, no question about it. He definitely stepped things up. I think in that one we saw Kings kind of struggle to make some of those adjustments. We looked at the end of round 2 and they were tied in lives and making a pretty solid push over toward Statue, but we didn't see any investment out of them. They had 4 operators in their pockets that they left sitting there, and it felt like once they lost that one, the hope started to slip away. Unfortunately for Exclusive, we're heading into takeoff hardpoint, and that is the Zim special.
Yep.
And Zim is the coach of Kings. So this is a monstrous task ahead for this Exclusive squad, but Neil winning a couple of those big gunfights early on. Inferno set up with the FFAR is going to find 2 off the start, but it will be Exclusive making their way in the hardpoint early.
The last time that we saw Exclusive play this was against Mon, and Veer was the one that spearheaded his way through victory. 35 kills to his name with the LK-24. On the other hand, though, Kings as well did an amazing job at takeoff, where we saw Marvel absolutely pop off with 37. And so far, both of these guys are pretty hot right now.
Wow. Crucial gunfights coming through right here. Creed in an unusual spot for a main AR, but he's going to be in position to find a couple of those kills. Marvel's still looking to get going. He's going to have to be big on the high ground to give Kings a shot in this one, and they finally make their way on. It's about time to move on over to P2, and this is where the setup starts for the rest of the game. It is going to be Veer finding the big one onto Marvel there as well, and Neil able to get inside the hard point, uncontested right here. The AR is playing a huge role early on.
Kings get Special Forces base, and that is going to be a spawn that is more favored, but just as I said that, they left it wide open. That actually just gives Exclusive free reign to go and enter the site. They are going to be spawning off right there. But player number 4, that's going to be from Kings. Inferno might be able to deal some damage and flip those spawns down. Well, we do get to see an essential gunfight being won by Grizz. He's going to be right by that entrance, and so far, they actually don't want that Special Forces base.
Well, full clears for both teams here on P2, and we're not even halfway done with the hard point. Right now, it is going to be Exclusive spawning across the map, and it's going to be 1-player Raid in position to play spoiler, but he gets sniffed out by Champy. That's going to be a crucial kill. Balance finds another. They want to continue to spawn on this side, as it looks like 3 players have already set up over on P3. Maybe a tad bit of an early setup right here, as this is going to allow Kings to get pushed all the way across the map, and it's still 5 seconds before the new hardpoint pops. Champy just looking to pick up scrap time right here. Balance finds another kill. Doesn't quite hear Grizz behind him. There he is. Grizz does get the better of it, and that's where it backfires. Kings already over here on P3, and the hard point haven't even popped yet.
I know, right? With Exclusive, went in there for too much of an early rotation, and that just gives Kings even more of a way. Very, very opened things up for Kings, and I feel like for Exclusive, bringing 2 people to try and contest that P2 was probably not the best way to go. I feel like that was questionable pushes coming in from Exclusive, and they needed to find a way to get that generator control, and so far Kings does have a solid hold. Right now we do get to see that it's just hard to see that they're just losing a lot of the gunfights going in, even though they set up early.
And the P3, P4 chain is where these takeoff hardpoint maps are won. You got Raid on the outside just playing that lurking Slayer role. Creed trying to sniff him out, does manage to take him down right there, but that is pretty close to a full 60 for Kings despite the early rotation that we saw for Exclusive. Creed's gonna go ahead, pop the operator right here, claw in hand, needs to find those 3, and he does. I don't know how, but he's now in position to lock in some big time, and he's got a pred to drop onto Marvel as well. Nice early setup right here for Exclusive. and should be able to cut off those rotations, but Inferno cutting through the mid-map might be able to cause some trouble.
Heroics coming in from Creed, gets a 5-piece to secure this P4. That's going to be huge. And how are they able to capitalize? And he's still alive. The only person left in the hill right now, and everyone else needs to play and catch up and also win the gunfights around him. We do get to see Inferno finally getting rid of Creed.
Creed, an EMP system for him there. We have seen some big streaks out of these players. And Kings still find a way to break back in. Marvel playing that AR role, cutting off the rotations. Raid's not ready for the full push out of Exclusive, though. And once again, it has been so back and forth. It has really, the difference has been that P3. Outside of that, it has been a very tight game, and Neil needs to find a little more value out of this Annihilator. Not going to see anything right there, and it is all Kings in the feed now as they look to set up toward P1.
There you go. It's going to be Spy on that 18 already. Creed is going to be close by, just needs one more to go. And another big gunfight being won by Creed, and also Champion almost gets it, but no. Raid able to get that, win that gunfight. It's still yellow on P1. This is going to be a contest hill, and so far, Exclusive was able to get majority of the points in that first half, and as we go in there, Veer goes in for that Sparrow kill. Tries to check into Lounge, doesn't get information, no one's going to be there. And so far, they're doing so good here in P1.
And I know a lot of these gunfights look like, this guy was right in front of him, how didn't he see him? The flashbangs in-game show a lot brighter than they do in the spectator client. So a lot of the times when there's people walking right in front of them, they're just completely blind and they can't see anything. The spectators just want to make sure that we can actually see what's happening from that POV. It is going to be Kings locking in some of this scrap time here on P3, and I think a little bit of body shooting out of Marvel, especially in the middle of an intense map. A little bit surprised to see, but it seems they feel confident in their ability to close this one out, and Creed has been an absolute monster so far for Exclusive. 21 kills on the board. He has not had much counter. And right now, Exclusive winning the chunk of those gunfights to set up to P2.
A while ago, we saw 2 squad wipes here, and Kings got the better of it. And now they do get the more favorable spawn. Speaking of, big gunfights being won by Grizz and Raid. Neiled, on the other hand, gets an essential kill, but not able to sustain. And even though that the Kings were stunned out, they're still winning a lot of these gunfights, but they're low when it comes to that health. And Grizz able to get rid of a lot of these players. Purifier in hand, that's going to be huge for him. And that operator is going to be the reason why they still have such a solid hold. And so far, Kings 140 and 123. That's not going to be a huge lead, and it's such a back and forth here.
Big investment right here for Spy, but he gets shut down by the War Machine in the hands of Champy. That's going to be another full clear for Exclusive right here, as they have looked incredible on this next rotation. It is going to be an early setup for Kings, and that's a huge kill for Marvel. Making sure that top side is locked down, nobody anywhere close, and Raid continues to lurk, trying to find these kills from that long spawn angle. He's going to find another, and we've seen so many of these crucial feeds that have set up big holds for Exclusive. Neil doesn't read that right, but Balance is there for the trade. Not going to be a full break, though, as Spy is there for the trade on the other side.
Here's going to be right there, though. Another player. Not quite sure who that's going to be, but they're going to be right on top of one another, and unfortunately not able to break the hill. And so far, Marvel outside of the point, just able to break that rotation from Exclusive, going into P3 every single time, is the reason why they're just leading by so many points. And this is the money hill that you want to get. And something about Exclusive is that why don't you early rotate into P3 or just find that better timing? They did too early, though. Too early, unfortunately, and now they're just struggling to play that catch-up.
Right now, they have not found, they've found maybe 10% of the kills here on P3. Absolutely torched. Creed trying to set his team up for success, trying to relay that information, find the cutoff kills. But right now, it is the early setup for Kings once again, and maybe the experience starting to show itself a little bit, as it's going to be Exclusive. Split spawn right here. Shut down on the backside. Veer, the only player in position to try to take out some of these Kings players, and the Annihilator not going to find contact. And it looks like Neil's going to be able to break in for the time being. Nice little double kill, and at least setting up for a chance to close this gap.
And now we get to see the operator usage from exclusive rather is going to be huge, because you saw Neil the Annihilator, you saw Creed just absolutely solo holding that P4, and exclusive is good when it comes to the break here in this hill, and looks like their only weakness really is that P3. And if they're able to kind of just stop the push from Kings and able to bring it into that P3 again, they need to find a way to time it right. So far, still being heavily contested. Veer spams that Kilo 141, gets those kills down.
That's going to be crucial once again. They have not given a single second back to Kings since that initial break that they found. And they look super solid on points 1 and 2, at least on the last rotation. So we'll see what they can do. Veer looking to set up, but once again, a massive feed goes through for Kings. And still Raid on the high ground that you have got to deal with if you're exclusive, trying to lock in time here on P1.
Scaffolding being won by Champy. No, unfortunately, it's still going to be Raid time and time again. And that just allows him to go in more for that high ground control, which you definitely need. And that presence of mind, that's going to be huge for him. Able to get one more, no 3. He's on a 5 combo right now. Someone stop this guy. And that's the reason why Kings are just having such a tremendous time here in P1. But finally, we do get to see big kills coming in from Neil and Creed. Speaking of, able to contest the point, but it's Neil versus Spy.
Definitely an unorthodox position to put the AR, but at this point, when you're frying the way that Creed is, you got to play anywhere that can give your team a chance at winning. Inferno, big kill on the inside of the hard point. He's chasing Ghost right now. That's going to allow exclusive to break in, at least for the time being, pick up some scrap time. And right now, Creed needed to win that gunfight against Grizz, top P2. It's a big blue feed once again. And Neil, the one lurker that might be able to play spoiler as he looks to push up, but shut down by the War Machine in the hands of Spy. And that could be the final blow to seal the deal here for Kings.
Unless they're able to get rid of that, and Grizz so far in a really big pickle, goes into the regroup and balance in a really good spot, goes in for the flank, but Raid brings out the Spyro just in time. 236 and 185 and 46 seconds on the clock. And for exclusive, they're just bringing out guns of their own, but unfortunately for them, they're just going to be shut down. Just 10 more seconds for Kings to win it into this 3-1. And so far, exclusive still hanging on by a thread.
And right now they need a monster of the comeback. Creed living up to his namesake right there. And they get players rotated up top as well, looking to set up spawns, balance, got to win those kills on the back side. And Veer does not read that correctly, stays alive, but the trades are there for exclusive once again. Staying in this balance, you know there's somebody rotated into the hard point, but there's 4 Kings players and only 1 balance to counter Creed. You got to push in, only 2 seconds, but he hops off the top side. And exclusive come up short. Phenomenal performance out of them, but just not quite enough gas to be able to take down the Kings.
It's that lack of P3 rotation. It's like they couldn't find the right balance to either rotate on time, or they rotate too early or too late. And not just that, that rotational balance that they didn't have, where Marvel always won those engagements to stop the push going into either P4 or P3. But Raid, yet again, true to his name, was able to just raid his way all through the different hard points. And he's the main slayer right now of King. And this new guy, 46 kills to his name with what, 58 seconds? And the last time that he played here in Takeoff, he also had a really good time with 33. So he's just staying super consistent here on the respawns.
All right. Well, we are looking at the highlights right here. Obviously, we said Raid needed to step up, and he did exactly that. 46 and 30, like you mentioned, and he played a huge role for them, just so pesky, keeping that exclusive squad on their heels the entire time, second-guessing what position he's going to be in, so many cheeky angles. And he led the way for that King squad as they do take another match win and move to be the only undefeated team, at least at 2-0 this far.
I mean, that was a fantastic way to kick off game number 2. The S&D, anybody's game, all the way up into the end. Even the first hard point was incredibly close. That was a phenomenal performance. You got it right.
E aí, Indinha, fica à vontade aí para divulgar o seu canal, tá bom? Coloca aí exclamação game com letra minúscula e divulgue seu canal aí. Galera, ajuda a Indinha aí, tá bom? Se inscreve no canal dela aí, deixa like. Assista lá os vídeos lá para poder fixar a inscrição. E tamo junto, hein?
I'm so excited about this. I cannot even begin to express to you guys at home. Now, this is going to feel weird because this is actually the one map that Kings lost, but I wanted to try to use this as an opportunity to explain to you guys on Control, on Raid in particular, how important the middle of the map is. This is right at the rip. Right as soon as we had a chance to watch these guys go toe-to-toe, the break-off for Exclusive is nearly perfect. They get a lot of focus over towards this mid-central point. They have good clearance around mid, the smokes embellish, and it makes life super, super difficult for Kings. But this is how you retake, friends. Keep your eyes on number 4. You've got number 4 in the bottom corner of the minimap taking a long route. That's Inferno. And not only has he put himself in a solid position to
galera, não esquece o like aí, tá bom?
but
Não
watch what he
esquece
does
também
to the spawns for this
de
retake.
estar passando mais
As they
tempo aí na
start to
live
see
aí pra
that this
bater
hit
as
is going
horas
to
que tá
continue to be a
faltando,
little
galera.
bit more stressed,
Tá bom?
he's going to not just be in a position to get this flank, but look what it does to the overall spawns. It splits Exclusive completely out. And then once you start to get a realization that there's going to be an opportunity to clear mid-map, look at the route being hit to get around and to support this flank. This is beautiful retake from Kings in a break-off that was beautifully executed by Exclusive. The split spawn situation all of a sudden has 2 members spawning bottom side bedroom. They either need to make a decision to go to A or go back towards mid, and by the time that they do, it's already a little bit too late to actually support that first tick of progress. So that is beautiful control when it comes to how do you retake when you lose off the rip. It just unfortunately didn't really work out at the end. So, you know, things.
Either way, that was fantastic breakdown. Come join us over on the sofa one more time because this just keeps getting better. You comfortable?
I'm
Are you
so
ready?
happy right now.
You're happy right now. Wait until I tell you that we have an interview as well.
He's a happy camper. He's on the best seat in the house right now.
All right, we've got the coach of Kings ready to jump on and chat with us. Zeke, can you hear us?
Yeah. How you doing?
Oh, good. How are you? First of all,
Salve, salve. Salve, salve, meu mano, beleza? Como é que você tá?
congrats. That was a phenomenal performance. Incredibly close back and forth with Exclusive, but how are you guys feeling about your performance?
We feel okay. We're always striving for better and better. We want to beat every team the same way that we beat CDM, but a victory is a victory nonetheless. 3 maps is 1 point, regardless of how you get it in a map 5, a map 4, or a map 3. So we'll take it. We'll try to improve and move on forward into the rest of the tournament.
I love that.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Confidence is key. Hey, Zim, Shift here with you. I got to ask the question about map 2, standoff. Obviously, it's not a normal map for the pool. When you guys are going through the veto process, did you have something up the sleeve saying we can pull some strategies from last year and maybe beat these guys on a map that they didn't expect?
Standoff.
Ô, Segure, 37, pode divulgar o canal aí, mano. Fica à vontade aí, beleza?
Earlier in the year, in our tournaments that we play, community-wise, Mobile Mayhem, standoff was in the map pool, so we are practiced a bit on it. We do have some things. It wasn't too far left.
Fair enough. Love it. You guys looked good on it, so couldn't be mad about it.
Hi there. Looking really great, by the way. And you are probably...
Their willingness to look out of their region and try to learn from the other teams. Europe falls into a kind of stigma of having its own kind of meta that they don't break out of for a while. And the desire from the Kings players to look forward, look at the North American teams and watch the Garena teams and the Chinese teams and try to not be a European team, I think is what separates them from the rest of the group. And just the raw desire to learn. In addition to the talent, it's a combination. Oh, what is it they say? They say something about talent and working hard. You have to have a combination of the two to be successful. You have all the talent in the world, but you don't bust your behind, you're not going to be anything. So these guys are hustling every day.
Absolutely.
All right. Hey, Zim, big fan. Love the V-neck. I feel like chat might cook your V-neck, but I'm a big fan of it. So you guys look really good today. I do feel like...
Ô, galera, pra quem não tá entendendo aí, beleza? Esse aí é o campeonato europeu, beleza? De Call of Duty. Então, pra quem tá chegando agora aí, teve a live normal aqui no canal, beleza? E agora tá tendo aí a partida aí, que eu coloquei pelo game mesmo, tá bom? Do campeonato europeu aí de Call of Duty, beleza? Tamo junto aí.
Feel like the one thing that we have to point out is the control. I was very surprised by that. That's a map that obviously you're very familiar with, the team is very familiar with. What do you feel like was the biggest falling point on that and the biggest learning point that you can kind of take moving forward for that?
I think we had some composure issues. And again, this is a young team, so sometimes if you challenge them, they're still in that learning process of how to recover from.
Como assim, mano? Como assim não tá redirecionando pro canal, não? Como assim? Fala, diferenciado, beleza, meu mano? Obrigado pela tua presença aí, divulga seu canal aí, fica à vontade. Galera, como eu falei, esse é o campeonato europeu de Call of Duty aí, tá bom? Então, teve a live normal aí, aqui no canal, e agora tá tendo a transmissão aqui pelo jogo mesmo. Como assim, ó, Secure? Não tá redirecionando pro canal? Como assim?
From a situation that doesn't go like how we kind of script it. Often we play Raid, and Raid happens to be our best control map by far. So this time around, exclusive, we profiled them as a really poor Raid control team, and they came out and they surprised us in some small instances. And those are instances we haven't been familiar with because we just haven't been on the back foot very often. But definitely tip of the cap to them, and we have to get better from that.
All right.
All right. I mean, it's phenomenal answers. Can you come on here more, please? That was great.
Yeah. I've tested with him before. He's really good.
All right. So we'll definitely be seeing you again in the future, especially if Kings continues just absolute domination style of play. But before we let you go, any shout outs you want to do?
Shout out to Mobile Mayhem, our community league. They put forward the European region. There's just not a lot going on. So without them, we wouldn't actually have a place to practice. So shout out to Mobile Mayhem. Also shout out to the players on the team. They're working hard every single day.
Clique em dos links. Você clica em dos links, aí não abre o canal? É isso? Calma aí, mano, que eu vou ver isso aí. Calma aí. Espera aí, galera, rapidinho. Fala, Jonas Salles, seu mito. Como é que você tá, meu mano? Muito obrigado pela sua presença. Ô, galera, eu vou tirar o som aqui por causa dos direitos autorais, beleza?
The first team at 2-0 on our challenge season leaderboard. It's time to start talking about match number 2. This one, if you didn't hear before, is going to be between 117 and Mont. So Bobby, let's talk about what we can expect. You're 1-for-1 today, so what do you think for this next match?
3-0. It's going to be a fast one. I want to believe in Mont. I really do. Obviously, we've talked in the past about the fact that they've looked solid in Search and Destroy, but not solid enough to win. I don't think that we've seen them win a ton of maps just in our entire coverage of them, and I think they've still got a lot of practice, so even with some of those recent pickups, it's tough to imagine a scenario where they take down 117.
Especially, 117's been doing super well so far for themselves, whether you're thinking about these open finals or now already kicking off the challenge. We'll talk about their roster shift. Who do you want to touch on?
Yeah, I think the thing about it from yesterday, Karma had a great opening series. I think Saturn's as well. Those are your two big kind of veteran, experienced leaders, and they provided every single moment that 117 was being tested by 30-1er. They made the exact right decision at the exact right time. And that's one of the things about this team that starts to check the boxes towards not just being a team that's going to make playoffs, but a team that could be a major threat when you get to playoffs a couple of days, couple of weeks down the road, because they're doing the right things. The one thing that I think, comparing what we saw yesterday from them to the other teams that we consider to be at the top of the region is some of the individual skill gap things, mechanical based things, being able to just dominate your opponents off raw gun skill. I think overall, though, when it comes to how the team plays as a full 5-man squad, they're doing all the right things. Just comes down to, can they, individually step the ladder a little bit higher?
I love that. And this will be a good this whole entire season is going to be a good opportunity for any team that's in that type of a situation to really work on those types of things. But then on the flip side of that, we have Mont. Let's talk about their roster a little bit here, Mommy.
Let's go. And this is a team, definitely like what Bobby already mentioned, pretty solid when it comes to those S&Ds. But what I am worried about is that there might be a one-trick pony because they always go to that Express map. And so far, it didn't work out for them the last time around up against Exclusive. But with the addition, especially of Etsy, and you already know that he came from Team Mobility and gave them a hard time in that Express S&D. So far, when it comes to the team chemistry, I think they're still trying to find their footing because we saw Zayzay absolutely smash it when it comes to the sniper, but the fact that you got another sniper in the form of Etsy, you're expecting them to have that double sniper setup, but you just didn't see that in that Express round. So I'm hoping that Zayzay is just going to let go of that CPR and pick up that sniper in those SMGs.
Well, you're talking about Etsy. He's actually going to be playing this time around in place of Patron. So,
that changes nothing.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. Just throwing it out there so you have all the information and all of the facts when it comes to what we could potentially see out of this upcoming matchup. Obviously, we're going to be getting the picks and bans up in here in a second, and we'll see if we'll get what you're talking about here, Mommy, when it comes to S&D map-wise. And
oh, it's different.
It's different.
That's good.
Well, they banned it, so.
Yeah, they banned it.
Good play for 117 because that's all you really got to do. You ban the Express Search and Destroy, you're pretty much good to go, not a care in the world. I'm really excited for the Hardpoint because we got our 2 new Hardpoint maps in Arsenal and Apocalypse. I don't think we're going to get to see Apocalypse, unfortunately. I would really like to, but like I said, probably looking at a 3-0.
Well, especially now with the S&D being changed up a little bit. Obviously, strategy. Good job, 117. I'm assuming that you both agree with Bobby as well.
Yeah, I think that that's a pretty clear-cut call. I mean, it was revealing to see Exclusive completely counter what Mont wanted to do yesterday in Express, but you don't leave it up to chance. If you don't feel good about your Express, you know it's one of their better maps, just get it out of the way. You saw the wild card of Standoff also get re-added into the mix again for that possible map 5, but Meltdown is going to be one of those old school BO2 maps that everyone knows, everyone loves. There's going to be an opportunity to really flex some of those OG COD strats here, especially if they've done their homework, which I expect 117 definitely has.
All right, well, it's time for us to get into that match, so I'm just going to send you guys back on over there, continue this discussion. Match number 2, let's get it underway.
Let's
Here we go. Hype train.
Why are we doing this? I don't know.
I have no idea because we didn't see Express.
Train jokes.
Train jokes. Thomas 1, Caster 0.
She's got train jokes.
I guess that's one thing that I'm kind of sad about is we're not going to see a train death anymore because 117 not found. Karma went down as one of the first player rather to get eliminated by that train, and I feel like that's the reason why they took it out of the map pool.
It's a world record that you don't want to be on, but down the road, everyone will look back on it and laugh at it. It's one of those things. But Arsenal starting things off, again, I think Bobby hits the point perfectly when it comes down to being worried about Mont being able to keep up. And I don't just mean as the individual gun skill comes through, but also how the team has to move around the map. So that's going to be one of those things that you kind of keep an eye out for. I will say, though, looking at players like Fahim and Jay yesterday, they played pretty well in the opening hard point. Although it was a loss, of course, to Exclusive on takeoff, they did play pretty solid. So maybe an opportunity for them to kind of keep this train on moving. Zay gets the opening first blood, and there will be an opportunity here for Mont to at least contest this opening time.
There you go. Karma goes big, gets those kills off of the Holger, and that's going to be huge for them. And one thing that Karma has is that Holger control, and he knows how to anchor down a spot super well, but Daytel goes big, goes with that beautiful two-piece to give Sides of Life so far in the first few seconds of this control. Oh my gosh, wait, with Mont having so much control so far, it's really surprising that they're winning the first few gunfights.
Yeah, you Black Ops 4 fans will know how important that mid window is when it comes to the opening hard point. You win that, you have a chance not only to stay safe and contest the hill, but also on top of that, you have an opportunity to get a free rotation over towards New if you can keep that underhand the entire way through. So for now, Mont looking just as clean as you would ever want them to when it comes to kind of surprising us off the opening. 117 will mitigate the scrap time and now work on rotation, making their way around the back.
And this is what you need, that guerrilla control, the spawn that you will definitely favor more, but at the same time, you're going to be losing that battery control, which you definitely need for that high ground. And so far, Chase wins that essential gunfight in Guerrilla, and now we do get to see Mont winning their rotational gunfights as well.
Fahim is putting himself in the perfect positions for an anchor AR. He's got himself on top of Jennings, and now at that top tower position, he will read that this flip around the back is coming through. He's dealing with it perfectly. How about this for Mont? No, do not adjust your monitors. They are making 117 look like they're not found right now. Fahim still tested up top, gets the reload off. He's got plenty of help nearby. It just comes down to when do you drop down to contest. And well, 117 will get a couple of trades to allow them to stay in the hard point for now.
And it's still Mont all across the board. They're so fast when it comes to that retake, and they really did their homework. And so far, 117 not found with just 18 points and the scrap points.
Galerinha, pra quem não sabe aí, beleza? O QR Code que tá aí, galera, fixado aí, é o Live Pix, galera. Vocês podem estar aí doando aí R$1 ali, R$2. Beleza? Pra ajudar aí, é só escanear o QR Code aí, beleza? Então quebra essa aí, galera. Ajuda aí o canal aí. Não esquece, galera, de deixar o like aqui. Eu peço pra vocês deixar o like, se inscrever aqui no canal. É importante, galera. Eu queria bater aí nessa live hoje pelo menos 20 likes. 20 likes aí não é nada.
to guard it. And so far we saw Karma
Eu poderia
alone
pedir
there.
30,
Yeah,
mas
that's a really
talvez
good play
seja
by
forçar
Zay.
demais,
That's gonna
mas
be
aí eu tô
frame, gets rid
pedindo
of 2, and that
20
just allows them
likes.
to go in there for
Eu
that
já
deep
tenho
range
aqui,
control, but
se eu
he
não me
has to worry
engano,
about
11
3 more
likes
players
aí.
trying to enter that hill all at the
Então,
same time. You all just have
seria no
one
caso
player there.
de
That's gonna be Karma that will try to go in there for
ter
that
aí, na
defense.
verdade,
This is
aí,
not bad
faltando
overall
uns
for
9
Mod. They
likes.
will get rebroken
Então,
again, but
galera,
their
me ajuda
contest
aí a
time was
chegar
pretty
aí nesse
significant here in the
objetivo
first
aí,
half
tá
of this
bom?
hill, especially considering the fact that there was an
Não
ongoing
saia do
battle for
canal
what
pra
felt
se
like forever
inscrever,
behind this
sem
hard point
deixar o like.
response. So
É
66 plays
importante.
55 as we
Me
rotate
ajude aí,
over
galera. Do
towards
jeito que
new.
você
And
puder, e
already
se
set
você
up
não puder
is the side
ajudar
of Mott.
aí
Lots of
com
operators
dinheiro,
have
se
to already
ajuda
expect
se
to see some
inscrevendo
getting
no
pulled here
canal.
as the setups start to come out.
Beleza,
some
cara?
mid with the control over
Estando
here from
sempre aí,
Mott. So
dando aquela
far,
assistida
117
aí,
not found has been doing a
prolongada
phenomenal
aí,
job at holding
nas
this hill,
lives
but
aí,
so far
porque é bom, galera, pra mim
Mott
bater as horas
still
aqui.
able to get
Eu
this,
tô
and
precisando,
117 not found is
beleza?
not there for that rotation. Very slow, surprisingly.
It's just one of those things that Mod is making it so difficult for them to get a read on where exactly the setup is. Fahim's just playing around with his food back here. Says will eventually give up on the play, but he's not a part of this break attempt anymore. He gets completely bamboozled. And how about the hold from Mod? Goodness gracious, looking unbelievably tidy. And Etsy's going to be able to... Oh, never mind. Never mind, avert your eyes. I was going to say he should be able to solidify the rest of this time, but the rest of his teammates are there to pick him up. 18 seconds of scrap time still to play for Says. Trying to get it done by himself off the reload. Says looking for 4. How about the Fury kill from Says? Scrap time broken. 117 still contested for a small time.
Says is so good here in batteries, and he just keeps funneling, and even though he's by himself, winning a lot of these gunfights, flushing out the players from Mod, and now we are trying to go and set up for next. P5, let's see if they're able to control this well, as Saturn's right there in that P2 control, I mean 2F control rather, that's going to be huge. Not able to sustain it in the last round that they played this up against Animus. But they still won that round so far. Trying to get a lot of these points down, and so far it's still Gorilla base that you need to control, and so far Mott is going to be right there.
Jason's doing a nice job. He's going to keep the spawns relatively proximal here for Mott. 117 is just bunkered up into the hard point, but the problem is they've got all the window control, and they're reading every single doorway push. Mott not quite able to get their break. You see all 4 members coming through the back door. Sparrow's out. This should be deadly from Caesar. Only gets 1 for now. The hit holds off just a touch, and it actually starts to connect back through Cafe, but Caesar does end up getting the Sparrow up, and that will be good enough for 117 to hold on, with the Purifier making sure of that. So we'll have about a tie game here as we rotate back over towards P1 in the next couple of seconds, but all things told, that is a great first set of hills for Mott.
Definitely, and that was Saturn's just job in 2F, getting Etsy from afar, and not just that, able to take out the Purifier and defend it so well. Mott could not touch the point whatsoever, and now P1, a more open point. And so far, who wins that window control is definitely going to have a little bit more defense here in P1.
Well, Jay is right back up into position. But Says gets a perfect read on it. War Machine eliminates the threat, and now it could be used to spam the choke points. First 20 seconds, good for 117 as they now build their greatest lead to this point. Jay back up off spawn, tries to get through, but now the Annihilator is there in the cycle of operators. Perfect for 117. First 30 seconds goes their way, and now streaks become an issue as Says gets Predator Missile earned.
Now it's snowballing out of control. 117 finally finding their rhythm as Karma able to get that 3-piece. That was beautiful. Not just that, able to sustain himself. Freddy, oh my goodness, again and again. And speaking of Freddy, Saturn's able to get that Freddy of his own, and that also gives that vital information down as we rotate into a very open hill.
Says has even gotten all the way up to the EMP. It's the 3rd EMP we've seen today. You think the level of COD Mobile being played here in Europe has risen? There's your answer. Karma's Pred Missile helps on rotation. Caesar controlling barrels, watching this rotation towards the top side of guns. Etsy, the first one to try to contest, more on the way to try to assist on this, but it's 117. They've woken up, they've arrived, and they are taking over.
They don't want whatever happened a while ago. They're going to forget about that, and so far they're trying to go into position where Mod was actually at a while ago. Now they're going to be smoked out. That's going to be difficult, especially Zay going in there with those Annihilator kills, and unfortunately for them, not able to sustain. Although they tell a really big gunfight being won, and so far Zay speaking of, able to go in there for the backup.
Yeah.
Huge gunfights being won by Daytel right now.
And a couple of Mont players did spawn behind this hard point, so they will reinforce this. More contest time for Says as he jumps on into the pretty uncontestable position right behind this back box. Mont flush him out pretty quickly though. 20 seconds of scrap time, largely going to be conceded. Karma tries to finesse the scrap time, but isn't able to find too much. So Mont, keep us close. But now it's about how we rotate all the way back over towards Statue. 117 are getting the exit kills, and they've got numbers for new.
Now P3 is where we saw 117 not find that they were able to get a lot of these points down, and we actually saw such a good solid hold here by Garden. We keep reiterating that as well. Oh my gosh, Daytel again, but Saturn's there for the trade, and now they're spawning off by P5 side, by Gorilla Base side, where they need to find a little bit more of a defensive setup into Garden.
Here we go. You've got nades, War Machine littering the zone. More operators on the way for Mont trying to break it. They know that they have to break this right here, right now. Lucky trying to reinforce with the claw, but he gets shut down, only finds a couple, but ultimately 117 will reinforce, and they will put together a very solid hold here, putting them very close to win condition as well. So you feel like if you're Mont, you kind of still have to go for this if you want to get back into the game. The problem about it is now all of a sudden all the operators are stacked up for 117, including the Purifier, which, to be fair, doesn't find as much as I think Saturn's was hoping for, but you get a double out of a hunter-killer drone, and 117 have to be feeling like they've done enough to win this game.
Now we see Mont just having just one operator, and now everyone else from 117 not found needs to go and rotate into P4. And that's where we saw Mont actually just able to hold it really well, being really aggressive when it comes to those fights. And it really is that P3 control from 117 not found is the biggest difference here in this game so far. That's the reason why we're so far away when it comes to those points. And now Batteries is going to be a really difficult hard point to defend because of just how open it is.
Not a lot of operators for either side. Says has one. Daytel's going to operate into his Purifier to start. Tries to catch the corner. The guns does do so nicely. Lucky the next one in his way. And so Daytel will give a small moment of opportunity here for Mont. Still contest around the back as Saturns is able to put together two. Split spawn situation as well for 117. They're going to have a chance to envelop this and hit from multiple points of ingress. That will work out for major contest time. Not a full break though. Mont flood back through mid. Get back onto the hard point. Still alive, but time is ticking away. 150 plays 241. You got to play perfect hard point. And Etsy, who's had a slow game, does pick up a couple of the big ones to at least allow Mont to continue to earn some time.
Now for 117 not found, that is not a spawn that you'd want to be at, especially by Subway side, because you're going to be funneling in through. Now it's bottlenecking. Mont able to sustain this defensive setup for such a long time, and that just kind of delays the inevitable right now from 117 not found, but they are able to find those scrap points. It is not going to be enough though to seal that deal, which they still need to go in there for that P5 control, but we already know that 117 not found is just so good at this.
Yeah, you got to find a full 60 plus the next 40 on the first hard point. Haven't said it hasn't been done before, but it's not common to see something like that come through. Etsy just spamming the doorways of the claw for now. Annihilator also offers Aze. Both are going to find eliminations. Fahim actually kind of punishing 117 by spawning in the back here. They're kind of trapped at the moment. Lucky will spawn out. He's going to try to pinch this from the front, and he will get a couple of eliminations. Uh-oh, this is where it happens.
Oh, man.
Now 117 have the numbers. Karma right back in with the Annihilator. Gets the first. Shut down, but it doesn't make a difference. The damage has been dealt. The break is in, and the 1 point they needed is earned. Clean stuff. That took a while, but still clean stuff at the end from 117.
But that was so impressive coming in from Mont. We didn't expect to have such a good first few hills from them, and honestly, that P3, we're not going to be talking about that. They really tried to go in there for that Garden control, but unfortunately for them, it just didn't work out, and it kind of snowballed from P3. They were able to get P4, and it was really that P5, P3 hill that they just struggled with all the time.
It's just one of those things that Statue is a hard point that you feel like if you rotate early, you should get a full 60 on. It's hard to break the spawns because you have to go so deep around the map to get there. And then from that point, once you start to earn operators, which you mostly do by the third hill, you spam down the inside areas of the mid doors, and then you just get your ARs watching through statues on headies. It's just so difficult to break it open. And to be fair, Mont did a really nice job of continuing to put chaos in the back line, but that's where the individual gun skill for 117 really starts to shine. So many great individual moments that allowed them to get not just back into the game, but to put it out of reach. That clip right there from Says was definitely the breadwinner, I'd say, going into a 1v4 essentially on the batteries, and he's able to do well to essentially single-handedly win the hill from there. But yeah, you got to give a lot of credit to Mont for coming out and really kind of surprising us, but even more credit to 117 for continuing to just trust their game plan, trust that they can get woken up, and well, boy, did they ever.
I mean, speaking of heroics and just individual gunplay, Saturns did a phenomenal job at just solo holding that top P5, and he was able to just get that kills from across. It got Etsy coming in from P3 from Garden. Not just that, pulled off the Purifier and was able to flush out everyone. It's those individual plays like that you really need, and so far we've seen Mont do that, but so far as a whole there was something lacking. The individual plays are there, but they need to find a more three-dimensional play.
Things to consider if we get to Apocalypse. That would be map number 4 for our hard point. But for now, we have to jump into the search and destroy. We talked about Mont, and really any team that finds themselves possibly at a disadvantage in Respawn. You feel like you have to win map number 2. So we'll see what goes on. Single defense here of the actual reactor itself by Saturns. He tosses both of his nades early. He's got an R9. I was about to say, this is something that we've seen in the past. SMGs or shotguns can really wreck Rampage inside of these tight corridors around A.
He's going to play the angles to perfection, and you get to see Etsy in a really bad corner. Saturns, though, he's going to be the only stopping force in Alpha, so that's going to be huge if Mont is able to go into Alpha, full force. That needs to be stopped there. And now the player number 5 is going to be essential. That's Daytel. We'll give that information as to how many players are going to be there by that Bravo site.
This is the thing about this setup is you've got Karma number 4, who's watching mid lane with a Holger, so he could just spam it down and give Saturns the information if someone is pinching him. Otherwise, the R9 should be in kill range from that staircase side. Lucky tested over towards the opposite bomb site, though. Pinch on the way for number 5, Daytel, who does get involved. Trades are good, and Mont will win the site. And now the question becomes, how does Saturns help on this retake with nothing but a pistol and a shotgun?
It's going to be so difficult for him in Karma, especially with that LMG. It's going to be even more difficult. Speaking of Daytel, huge kills from him. Does get traded out by Saturns, but he's trying to go in for that flank, but this cannot be. I mean, if he had the timing right, he was able to sneak up against Jay-Say, then probably... There you go. I feel like it was Daytel going in for that mid push. That was probably the biggest difference for them to have a really successful B plan.
And I think the thing too is how successful the opening trades are on top of the B site. It forced Karma to give up that mid lane to assist and contest that bomb plant. So him giving up that mid lane is why Daytel gets in towards mid map. There's an angle that you can kind of see at the overhead as Lucky will try to snipe through the placards and steps of the stairs. Saturns once again, R9 in hand. And the thing is, Mont should have communicated that Saturns has a shotgun, so we should know that A is not a great option for us if he, of course, continues to pull it out, which, of course, we know he does.
Etsy, though. Let's see if he's going to be making some noise, and Saturns going to be holding down the fort. And so far, he's going to be the only one left. And we need to see some sort of 5-man push coming in here. But that smoke is not going to do anything for them as a double-man push comes through. Only deals a little bit of damage, though, as Saturns gives that information off. And that is the best situation you can get if you were Saturns.
Look what Mont's done. They've pulled the defense over because Saturns is actually feeling the pressure from that smoke. So now all of a sudden you're rotating back over towards B. A couple of trades come out. We have a 4v4. Big opportunity here for Says if he can get away. And yes, he does, just barely. So key for the defense to stay planted around this B site. So tough to deal with these turbines. It's going to be a double chow from Daytel. Etsy, they get the first. Saturns is here, though. R9 starting to pump away. Doesn't quite find the kill. Everything comes to a bit of a calm. But numbers off for a moment. We're good for Mont, but a quick snipe comes out for Saturns. Karma follows up with the double. And now it's just down to Zeze for a 1v3.
And now if you're going to be Mont, you were successfully giving that information that there's one player there, but I feel like they should have sustained aggressively into that Alpha site. I mean, obviously they didn't know how many players were there, but if they did gather that information that, okay, there's probably more players going into that Bravo site, let's go in for that Alpha control, because so far, if they planted in the Alpha, I feel like it would have been a 2-0 situation right now.
It's just so tough to commit, especially when there's still a shotgun in your way, I think is probably the call. It's one of those 6 of one, half a dozen of another. You know, hindsight's 20/20, but this time Mont are actually going to put a little bit of pressure here over towards the A's site. But where's the calm on Says? No one turns for him. Doesn't make a difference. Saturns is in position, and that's why you don't go into A when there's a shotgun nearby. 3 kills for Saturns, and a little double-up defense works out as Mont tried to throw a curveball, and 117 just knocked it out of the park.
It's not just that, but I feel like the comps were so slow. We saw Daytel just go down, and Says just went out there for free and got so many kills, so much information down. And like what you mentioned, it was just so good defense coming in from 117 not found. And now they're feeling like they're backed up just a tiny bit. They're scared of A at this point.
It's so tough. It's kind of like the same situation we saw with the shotgun over towards standoff last map. You get it forward, it's hard to deal with. So now all of a sudden Mont are going to give up on the A play and see what they can find over towards B. They have yet to threaten mid, and that's what I was going to say. Maybe you could put a scope up. Zayzay commits, takes down Karma. Good first blood. Fahim follows up, and now B is wide open for the taking, unless Caesar can go 1v everybody, which he does get a lot of damage, but no kills. Looking like it could be a flawless round here for Mont as they get the bomb planted.
Zayzay doing a phenomenal job at just creating so much space. And speaking of, gets a beautiful 3K, gets that first pick in mid, and not just that, getting that pick off of the flank from Saturns. That's going to be huge. Possibly, I feel like confidence boots for Mont, because so far they're just so passive when it comes to their approach, and it's kind of awarding them right now.
They're playing a great chess game, flat out. They've tested 117 on both sites. They've gotten the read on what is more difficult to deal with than the other, although this time, how about it? They are going to commit with a lot of nades over the top. Saturns is late to get in towards the site, but he can still work his way forward, and this is, again, the problem of dealing with an R9 in and around the A site. Sure, there are some trades, but Mont are not comfortable whatsoever to try to put a plant down yet. They need to get more clearance, and Caesar will deny them a chance to exit. And now Saturns can get to work again, trying to clear out these inner pipelines of Reactor. And yep, there you go. JSay, last one left. Not able to do more than just get the first. Mont, keep trying it. I can't blame him for it, but I think it's time to give up on it and keep playing through mid here for your last offensive round.
That shotgun definitely a menace here in those close quarter encounters. And right now for Mont, they don't have any kind of response whatsoever. And what they need to do is just get off a pick from Zayzay. They worked in the past few rounds. Every time he got that pick, got that space. Saturn's still going to be in a really good spot here in Alpha. Going to be that lone defense, but he's been doing a phenomenal job here so far. And now it's going to be a little bit slowed down here.
This is a really small thing, but Karma, number 4 in blue, I don't know if we can take his perspective real quickly. He changes up his angle off the beginning of the round where he's not in sniper sight anymore. He's playing a closer corner, so that way he can stay covered, not just by his teammate behind him, but he can still watch the cross without being threatened by a scope. Love that little small micro adjustment from the defense of 117. It's going to force Mont to have to flood. And Caesar, he's already got a Fennec at the ready. Say's right there with him. And well, even though Zayzay does get the first, can Mont still get a read on what this defense looks like around this B site?
I'm just waiting for Saturns to go in there for that control. Now Karma and Saturns, that's going to be a really good duo to try and flush in through mid, but they are going into backup instead. Zayzay, though, gets rid of Lucky. That's one sniper down. And so far, they're just so good when it comes to control here in B, where we are still waiting for Saturns to go in there for that respawn.
Well, they also need to get Karma in a position to actually use this rifle. Says, sniper in his back pocket. Last player left now, all of a sudden. It's that or a Fennec, and well, it's a 1v5. Yeah, I will flat out say Mont is looking really good and really dynamic when it comes to their search and destroy on this map. I actually like what I'm seeing here more than what I saw in the first 4 rounds of Express yesterday. They are flexing around the map. They're testing 117, even though it's going to be just a 3-3 half. The way Mont are playing this search is actually pretty darn impressive for a group of newer players.
They're definitely showing that they're not that one-trick pony like what I mentioned a while ago, always playing that Express, always playing that well, but it seems like with any map that they choose, especially with an unconventional map like Meltdown, that a lot of the times it's going to be bad. They're doing an amazing job, and speaking of, we do get to see a more aggressive approach coming in from 117, not found, just getting into the faces of Mont.
How different Mont is opting to play defense comparatively to 117. They try to full stack over towards A, and then they commit to defending B through mid, and it works out. If you can't take by the tone of my voice, that's surprising. Bomb is down. It looked to be an early plant for 117. That is thwarted. Reflank coming out, though, from Karma. He tries to clear mid, and the rest of 117 will wait for this. Daytail up top, not quite able to fully check window, so Saturns will exist just below him, and they miss each other. They pass like 2 ships in the night, and the kills come out for 117. Leave it to a 3v2, and the only thing that Mont has to their benefit is the fact that they may know Bomb is down here at B still.
I'm not quite sure if they know, because Zayzay's just so far away. He's probably like the biggest way for them to get those kills down. But then JSay goes in there, gets the Fennec down, repositions the heady, but not able to get those kills. 1v2 still very doable. Zayzay has a really good sniper setup. No information down though. Boom! Spots Saturn's right on top of Generator.
This is so hard for the retake. No nades in his back pocket. It's just going to be down to can he hit the quick snipes. Karma working on the plant. He will get this down without any contest. Saturns backs up to play closer on Turbine. And Zayzay has to make something up here. What do you do? How do you clear this? And flat out, it's going to be just luck of the draw. Do you guess the right corners? Do you get the quick scope to actually land? Here comes the play. First one, hit marker, stop, pain.
Spain.
Without the S.
Silent S. And that's what we mentioned a while ago. Zay was just too far away when JC needed that backup, and I feel like they didn't realize where the bomb was. And so far, 117 not found. On the aggression, a little bit shaky into the beginning, but obviously just the timing on their side in the later half of that.
Well, trophies down here for 117. They're looking to go very quickly towards B. A second one will go deeper to reinforce this. And once again, Mont are going to give up the initial play here at B. Not even going to opt to defend it whatsoever. They're going to try to play retake. Problem is Saturns is able to clear out the mid alleyways. And he's now tucked into a corner with a shotgun. How do you clear this if you're Mont? Whoa, what a prediction that is for Jay. Lucky able to put one back in response, but Mont is starting to deal with a little bit of fuego here from the front. We get to a 2v2 situation, but Saturns, Karma, they team up for a couple other kills. And now it's just down to one. Jay picks up a Fennec. 15 seconds to make it happen. Karma's gonna be the first one in his way. Shots over the top, not gonna be able to land. Karma gets 117 to 5.
The attacking round right now from 117 not found, looking pretty solid here in this round so far. Looking like their misplay from that round number 5 definitely didn't work out for them, but now we get to see Mont in that defensive side. I feel like a little bit weaker on their end, and so far when it comes to their attacking round, they're usually solid, even in Express, but the defense always lagging behind.
Different look here though, Mont making an adjustment. It's a 1-2-2 split with the only single player at A, and the problem is 117 have blind guessed this. A little bit of nade utility thrown offensively through mid. Caesar sees a vacant bomb site. He gets the bomb down rapidly. And Saturns once again gets to work with the R9. Pump chunk as he gets his double. Says drops Fahim on the retake, doing well. He's gonna get 3 by himself. Maybe an opportunity for more here. Etsy trying to get the regen off, will not be allowed to. Pistol battle, but Fahim, he's gonna try to go for everything. This would be an ace. 1v1 with Lucky. Oh my goodness, Fahim. Take it all and more. You can have your cake and eat it too. Mont take us back to within 1.
It's these heroics that we are seeing here from Mont. A while ago it was Zay, and now it's going to be Fahim, and so far he has been such a huge player, not just in this game, but in every game that they've played here so far. And right now 117 not found. I feel like that A pick would have been their comfort zone, but the fact that they were able to be stopped there, Mont is in a really good position to try in for a more aggressive approach.
Mont's gonna go 3-2 on this split. 3 members looking for early aggression towards A. They see nothing, so they'll quick rotate through mid. Patience though for 117. Saturn's just being a little smoke lurker, and he will be sniffed out. So early 5v4. Mont not going to allow anything to come through, but Daytel a little over aggressive, does get picked. Fahim goes back to the gunfight. He had Jay with them, so the team shots work out, and the numbers will stay with the defense.
Bomb is going to be down though. Lucky gets that pick off. It's going to be a 3v3 situation.
Stop peeking.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, there's no reason why you should be peeking those angles. You're on defense right now. You just wait for them to come to you, and now whatever advantage that we saw Mont has now going to be dropped.
Lucky just got 2 free kills. There is no options on the table for 117 after those kills come out. But now all of a sudden they've won mid-map. They're on their way to clear out A. They're going to realize no one's home. Nades will make sure of that. And now Etsy and Zay are going to have to find a way to retake this. And they're going to play this from looks to be opposite sides. So they're going to split this retake. Nade goes right out through mid. Not going to land. Zay and Etsy possibly going to meet right here at mid doors. And Caesar's ready for this. He's just got to play contact. He may have actually seen the jump from Zay right there. Etsy, his gun surely has been seen. There's the spam shots. Etsy gets the first. Hold on, Caesar's not able to find the trade. Finally, the kills come through. It's just down to a 1v1. And it's sniper on sniper. Hold on a second. One's going pistol, one's going scope. And the clock could be the biggest deterrent of it. Lucky gets the kill. Heck of a try, but pistols at dawn works out for 117.
Lucky with 3 kills that round. And like what you mentioned already, it's such a huge point with Mont right now on the defense. Why are you peeking those angles where you're supposed to be on defense? All you have to do is wait for a sound cue, wait for a plant, and that's when you go in for that retake. And now for 117 not found, again, it's just a back.
Fahim, great map out of him, gets 11 in the total, but not enough to best 117, who are still looking real calm, real composed. And once again, the things that we talked about yesterday, beating 31er, are showing up again. When they need to come together as a squad and make the proper decisions, they are doing so near perfectly.
And if you're going to be Mod, you're not going to be expecting a sniper, right? And also expecting that R9 right into your face every single time you're in Alpha. And the fact that they tried, it's definitely commendable that first time, but going there the second time around, definitely punishable. And Fahim, obviously with Mod, they had a difficult time here, but the heroics coming in from this man, getting that ace, is definitely going to be huge for them. And one thing I always see is Daytel just being caught with his pants down, always trying to climb up and always getting taken out.
Goes like that sometimes.
Yeah,
it is
it
meltdown for a reason. Okay, so with that 2-0 up, our 117, but Mont have really thrown their weight around the rink, and I will say, comparatively to yesterday, they're already looking better. So now you start to look at Crossroads Strike for the control. This was a map that Mont played yesterday, and by the time we got to the end of it against Exclusive, they were getting spawn traps. So have they had a chance to go back, review over that, and find a way to come out a little bit better today? Because you need it. You got to win 3 in a row if you want to find your first victory. Otherwise, 117 will see Bobby go 2-0 in predictions, as they would be then, of course, fulfilling a 3-0 as predicted by Daddy Plays.
Daddy
Here we go. Let's jump on into it. A hit right off the rip. Early contest coming through. Say's trying to clear, but Mon coming out on top of the gunfights right now. Not bad for an opener.
And it's going to be impressive because they are going to have a hold of the catwalk, which we always say that is very essential. That's going to be play number 3, Jay-Say. He has been a phenomenal player every single time, and he did get 29 kills yesterday. But there you go, though. As fast as we said that, when it comes to the points down, we are seeing objectives being won by Mont as well.
Yeah, this is looking really nice. You get 1 tick of progress at B, second tick's going to get locked in at A. The setup is really honestly perfect when it comes to how do you hold this. Says will try to jump onto contest, but no mid-map control means that Mont can continue to find the kills at range. Caesar trying to forward on play into this contest zone as well, but it's not really going to fully work out. He does get 1 elimination, but this third tick is going to get locked, and Mont's going to have 2 minutes and 15 seconds with a life lead to figure out how to finish off B.
Lucky, though. Able to try and cut off that rotation into that Bravo side. And speaking of, spots 1, but not able to sustain that. Etsy doing a phenomenal job on the inside, trying to flush out a lot of the players coming in from 117 not found. And just going to be right there all alone, creating so much chaos. And Jay-Say as well. And so far, Jay-Say has been so phenomenal when it comes to that tank room control.
Top ammo does get cleared out. 117 making their move for mid-map. On towards the B zone, though, is Mont. And they're going to get the second tick of progress off this. I mean, this sniper rifle play is just way too passive. They will get a little bit of a flesh out. Fahim up top, going to try to give a test to Lucky. This will feel familiar to the search and destroy. Lucky once again says, don't tell me. Etsy up top through balcony, not going to work out. And the only player left alive is going to be number 3 in Jay-Say. And he's trying to play for this little climb up, it looks like. And he will eventually get the top boxes, but he needs help. I'll say that much.
But there you go. He is able to get rid of that one stopping force that 117 has into that Bravo flag. Gets rid of Lucky. 1 tick of progress left and still 4 lives. That's really impressive. Zay's gonna be solely holding it. Karma, though, gonna try to eliminate that. And he does go down, though. Etsy, big gunfight.
This is how you win right here. Jay-Say will fall, but he may have done enough. He forced the spawns to be so far away. The clearance needs to get there. You gotta touch, you gotta contest. They get there at the last seconds. 1v1. Saturns! He gets the win, keeps his life. It's a 2v7 situation, though. Caesar needs to get involved, and no, he will not be able to get over towards B in time. Good map control for Mont. And they will take the opening offense.
It's really just those gunfights being won by Jay-Say and also Etsy inside a fire room. And the fact that we actually saw that one person, Lucky, go down in such a good manner. And Fahim just wins those essential gunfights, eliminating that long-range engagement. Now we're finally going out for a switcheroo, as we do get to see a lot of the gunfights here in mid. Still going to be very quiet, and surprised that 117 not found is not actually getting that mid control down.
They're trying to play off Jay-Say's War Machine to control the top side of A, and then you can eventually envelop the B zone, and that is perfectly executed. Zayza even getting 2 with the scope makes life extra difficult here off spawn now all of a sudden for 117. And boy, I'm telling you, Mon is playing some good COD right now. Maybe down 0-2 in the scoreboard, but do not rule these boys out. Karma playing up top on 10. Lots of damage towards Daytel, but can't quite finish off the kill. His teammate picks up the pieces, but now Etsy's got a claw in your spawn, and he's going to work. 3 for Etsy. Now the spawn trap possibly coming out, but no, shut down. 117 deal with the damage, but the problem is they're still down now 8 lives as they try to get back over towards A.
Looks like Etsy is such a good pickup right now for Mon, and looking like their team chemistry, their team comp is working out. There's just one day to try and get it down. And so far though, Mon still with the life lead. Says wins a essential gunfight here, gets a double through mid, and now possibility to get that spawn trap out all by himself though might be a little bit too difficult.
He's got to know that he needs to play his life. He's done well so far. Nobody from Mon can chase him down. Says gets out of there. Off the regen, tested by Daytel, and he will eventually get the trade. Now Caesar kind of passes the baton over. Trades come out, all but favoring 117. Clock will stop at 19 seconds. Annihilator's out. JC try to touch, not gonna work out. Karma's gonna get the double, not quite the third. Nice shot from Zeze. First tick locked. You have to stay on the zone here if you're 117. Not a lot of time remaining if they do get pushed off. And Saturns gives up a bit of space. Purifier still in hand, looking for the double, works out. We've got a 7v6. Third tick of progress being worked on. And if we get an extra minute, this is gonna come down to a TDM.
And just like that, all the progress from Mon going to be down the drain. And it was all up to that one player that actually made so much of effort trying to clear out that building over here. Fire room, 6 and 4 is going to be your scoreline, but with just not even one tick of progress, almost close though. We're going to be seeing Mon just playing a little bit careful, but they're playing it to perfection. Yeah, ZZ's doing a really good job.
Just trust that Zeze can get the eliminations around the outside, but on the Pred missile, that may do it. Daytel now has to commit down. The smoke will completely uncover Says on the zone, and Zeze will not be able to get back to the action. So offense for offense we go here at Crossroads Strike. And a lot of operators still are at the ready here, deciding on what exactly 117 wants to do for this opening defensive split.
Even when it comes to the score streaks, I mean the operators rather, but we do still have one operating. And now that's going to be an early pick coming off of Saturns. That's going to be huge. Caesar rather, 14 to his name, but Caesar going down. ZZ able to use that sniper to his advantage, and so far ZZ has been so good at cutting off all that sight lines.
A nice route here from Says. Oh, well done. Gets into the backside garage. Now gets to work covering the spawn door. And 117 are all over bot spawn. Fahim, though, still finds a way to get on towards B. This will pull the defense over just a touch. Lucky's able to get one clear on boxes. Smoke comes through, but nobody else from Mont can get forward. Instead, the focus will be here over towards A. Etsy in trouble. Stunned, naded, smoked out. And that will be enough for Lucky to eventually secure the kill. 117 pushing back forward as now Saturns once again has the shotgun in hand.
Now, one difference we saw here compared to our first round a while ago is the fact that Mon doesn't have any kind of presence here in Fire Room anymore. And just as I said that, they do send down 3 players right there. And player number 2, that's going to be Saturn still going big, winning a lot of those gunfights down with the R9 combo. That's going to be huge. Still gets another one.
That's filthy. Quick double. That leads to 117 now up double the lives and then some on to Mont. First convincing defense that we've seen to this point. Only the single tick of progress had been locked over towards B. Some moments that A was under threat, but nah, it's just 117 is in too good of power positions here, putting so much stress onto Mon off spawn, and they reap the rewards of that. This will be a defensive round for 117. Just comes down to a matter of time at this point.
There are 28 seconds left on the clock, and Says still doing an amazing job. Picks up that sniper, and this guy cannot be stopped. Short range, long range, it just doesn't matter. He still gets those kills down. Mont gonna be backed up in a corner, and yes, even though we see 117 not found at match point, series point, Mont still gave a really good fight.
Yep, Says has got streaks and operators out his ears right now. He is cruising on 6 in a row, 20 and 12. Oh, great heavens. 117 now onto the zone over towards A. War Machine able to kind of keep the defense from getting an early threat. Now Saturn's going to further the issue by pulling out the Purifier. He does get shut down pretty quickly, though. Daytel looking to take a trade over towards Lucky, and okay, even though the first 2 ticks are going to be locked here at A, Mon have regained control. Now it's just down to finding a way to rebreak.
Pretty good defense coming in from Mon here in Cat Room. That's going to be huge. Speaking of, Fahim wins that gunfight, and Lucky's going to be able to go in there for that trade, and possibility for that spawn trap is going to be in order. They have no idea where he's going to be at. And so far, Karma going in with the Annihilator kills, takes out Zay as well. 23 and 15 is going to be your scoreline, plus that third tick of progress down, and Alpha is going to ensue in favor of 117 not found.
Yeah, it just came down to the fact that, again, the operator usage for 117 has just been that much better than Mont, maybe outside of Fahim, who has put together a couple of great Sparrows, but 117 are finding their advantages and they are running with it. 21 now playing up against 9. No one can get through Saturns in this R9. Talk about maybe a meta changer here. Lucky forces the spawns deep, claws out. There is no way you're working through him. 19 plays 3, and 117 will get a 3-0 here, but boy, again, I'm gonna tell you, this is one of those that you can look back on for Mont. It's going to feel bad getting 3-0'd again, but they are playing some really, really decent COD overall. They're just getting bested off the individual skill gap right now, it feels like.
They just can't close up a game. And a phenomenal way to kind of adjust from day number 1 where they struggled so much. But when it comes to day number 2 now, it seems like they have signs of life. They definitely have done some adjustments, especially Etsy now being inside of their team, and Fahim just stepping it up every single time.
Yeah, Fahim's really impressed me, honestly. I think in the opening hardpoint, he put himself in great anchor positions as the main AR. I think for the Search and Destroy, obviously, he provided a number of clutch moments for his squad. And even though he goes 17 to 25 here, he was, I would say, the catalyst for a lot of the success that Mont was able to find. But on the other side, not to just sing one side of the story here, the team effort that came through today from 117, I would say maybe even looked better than when they did yesterday. Everyone here on the scoreboard participates. Everyone gets to a positive KD. And Caesar even puts down 3,700 score, which is a lot. So really good stuff here for 117. They were going to boost to a 2-0 count and, of course, keep their map record flawless. But, boy, again, it's just one of those things that I'm not disappointed with what I'm seeing from Mont, flat out. I think they're going to have an opportunity to surprise some teams if they could just get a little bit better, just a touch.
And that's one thing definitely that you mentioned a while ago. Is there going to be a meta change? A while ago, we saw Grizz with that shotgun change the tides when it comes to that exclusive game, and now we did get to see the same with Saturns in there. Let's see if that's going to be the name of the game this time around.
I mean, strong performance out of 117, kind of what you guys expected, but like you were just saying, Shift, there's promise there for Mont, and maybe a little bit more time, some more experience under the belt, specifically in this challenge season, can really kind of boost them up the standings a little bit later on.
And this is a tough first 2 games for Mont as well when it comes down to their schedule overall. We've been talking about how the teams they've played are likely the top 3 in some order in Europe. So you can't really be too dissuaded off of what you've faced early. Really have to give a lot of charisma and credit to what they've been able to do improvement-wise and what they've been able to show us flexibility-wise to this point. That's what you want to see if you want to crack into the top 4. It just comes down to, again, tightening the screws a little bit more to not make those key mistakes that they did.
All right, well, that's 2 of our matches now done for today. We still have 2 more coming up right around the corner. Let's talk about the standings. We'll actually take a look at those, get those updated for you guys in a second here too, because that is now our second team that is 2-0, 117 joining Kings up at the top of the leaderboard. Now, a couple other teams we're going to be seeing later on today. We'll be seeing Animus later on, 31, or later on at the very end of the day. And then right around the corner, we'll have our Zidium versus Panic match. We were talking about that a little bit before, and what we can kind of expect out of the rest of the day before the show had even started between all of us. And looking forward to that. Bobby, let's talk about Panic and Zidium.
I think there's a lot of eyes on Panic heading into this one. We talked a lot about, number one, they already had a lot of talent, but didn't really manage to execute the way they wanted to whenever it came to stage 3. And then they added on more talent on top of that, but they still didn't look super strong here in stage 4. So obviously part of that is going to be attributed to the fact that they just haven't had a lot of time to play together. Overall, I think they're going to improve quickly, and this is a big opportunity for them to show it.
I think it's going to be a really good match, but before we do that, I'm being told that we have another interview. Today's a good day. We have Lucky ready to chat with us. Lucky, how you feeling?
Yeah, I'm good. Chilling.
Happy after that last match?
Yeah, quite happy, yeah. Good performance, but you can always do better. So just have to look at the little details.
All of these teams are always so ready to improve. I love this.
All right, Lucky, you looked absolutely phenomenal in that one. I think definitely some game-changing plays in the search and destroy, even with a strong start from Mont. What do you feel like has been one of the strongest improvement points for you guys in the search?
I think, to be honest, the IGL. I think the IGL is really improving. He really knows what to do in each moment, so shout out to Saturn. He's really good.
That's beautiful. I mean, when it comes to the IGLs, right, it's just so important to have that leader inside of your team, especially if you can't always have your coach around you. How about you, for you, Lucky? What do you think, especially when it comes to those really high-pressure situations, especially up against that Animus game? I really want to talk about that. How did you guys feel coming off that win, especially in that day number 1, knowing very well it's so essential for you guys to get that Animus win?
Can you repeat the question? I did not really understand it.
It's okay. So you guys went up against Animus, your day number 1. So how did it feel like going up against one of the best teams in EU, knowing very well that you brought it down to a game number 5?
Well, you always have to be prepared to play in a team. So for us, it's just playing any team. Any team you have to be prepared. So it doesn't matter if it's one of the best or one of the worst. You have to be prepared, so always ready.
Lucky.
We don't care who's the opponent.
Okay, I like that because you still have to play a lot of the heavy hitters in the group. I need you right now to convince me and maybe the people at home what it's going to take for you guys to not be slow starters, because the Apocalypse was a little bit of a slow start versus 31er yesterday. The Arsenal today was like, what's going on? So what do you guys need to do to not come out the gates kind of slow?
I think it's us, like a team. I think it's difficult to get in a game at the start, mostly if you lose the gunfights, but you know, we can, if the mental is good, just stay focused on the game. You can come back. Anything is easy. You can come back everything. So it's not how I always say, it's not how you start, it's how it finishes.
Okay.
We always finish
Not wrong.
winnable.
All right, good answer. I'm convinced, at least partially. Okay, just come out the gates a little bit warmer, all right? Let's get a little bit more comfortable on it.
I mean, to be fair, they're coming out the challenge season gates 2-0. and watch it because it's definitely worth a rewatch as we now look forward to what we've got ahead of us, and we're going to start talking about our Zidium versus Panic match. What do we expect?
Ooh, I mean, I feel like for me, this is the most interesting one because we did see a former Zidium player, Afer, probably one of the heavy hitters that we have here so far, the Slayer, honestly for me, of the tournament because he was able to get Zidium on the map, one of the most decorated EU players so far in the past few months. And now that he's going to be in a Panic squad that can definitely outslay a lot of these teams so far, but the only problem is they need to think about that objective because it always slips their mind. And the fact that they almost won hard points, but they always lose out when it comes to those objectives.
Potentially a close one that we've got going on. Bobby's not sold on it. Well, Bobby, let's talk about the rosters. We'll start with Zidium and then tell me your thoughts.
Well, I think Zidium, they have some talent. They have some players that have been around the competitive scene. It's just tough to get past the way that Kings wiped the floor with them yesterday. Like that was one of the bigger blowouts that I think we'll see in all of Stage 4. With that being said, I think that's maybe more telling about Kings than it is Zidium, and I think this roster definitely has potential, but the loss of Afer is going to be one that is massively felt and difficult to overcome for the squad.
Okay, all right. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. There are many cases where a single player can make or break a squad when it comes to these types of games. So we'll talk about the Panic roster shift and give me your thoughts on them.
Yeah, this Panic team is, I think, one of those that embellishes the idea of high potential waiting to burst onto the scene. The individuals we have are pretty long-standing for the most part. Yaya and Onur in particular were definitely players that we had our eyes on throughout the majority of last year, but Afer and Slayer being added onto this roster since Stage 3, they've really kind of elevated the potential of this team. Like we were talking about, Panic fell short yesterday, but we definitely saw how they could potentially be a major competitor down the road. It just comes down to unlocking their full potential, and no better way to do it than with a tune-up game like you got right here against Zidium.
I mean, technically, both squads struggled yesterday. I think yesterday was a rough start for some teams with some of those matchups. So both of these teams are going to be looking for a little bit of redemption, at least in this next match, as we see the picks and bans start popping up on here, Mommy.
And there you go. Taking a look at what we have so far when it comes to that hard point. Takeoff is something that Panic has yet to actually play. And so far, when it comes to those hard points, I already mentioned, they only won 1 out of 5. And the other one was a DQ, so that could have been 2. But still, you're already thinking that how can they finally adjust, especially in that search and destroy where they were supposed to win 2 rounds, if not for that ninja defuse from whoever it was from Animus that was able to do that. So yeah, they just need to pick it up. I feel like we've seen teams adapt super fast here in day number 2, so I'm expecting the same here for this Panic team.
All right, Bobby, you agree?
I would agree. I think they're going to improve very, very quickly. I think a lot of it is just going to come down to team chemistry and finding the right players in the right positions. Like Mommy talked about, there are a lot of situations where they were just not close to the objective, a lot of solo pushes, and a lot of plays that just didn't really seem super well thought through. So I think this is a team that once they start to get more coordinated, once the chemistry builds, they have that potential to be a top 4 team and make it to playoffs.
Scoreline shift.
3-0.
All right.
Next question. No, I really agree. I think you're seeing some repeat maps that would have been in the pool or were in the pool yesterday for Panic. So I expect, like Bobby's talking about, the screws will get tightened up. They're going to play a little bit more polished. I just want to see who's going to be the player to actually step up and direct this team, because the individual skills there just comes down to putting it all together into one good puzzle.
All right, well, I think that match number 3 is about ready to go then, which means it's time for us to send you away back to the other side of the studio to kick this thing off.
Bye.
All right. Yeah, I don't know, Bobby. You know more about these guys than I do. Who would you say is like the most potential for IGLing this Panic team at the moment?
I mean, I think that's the thing about this squad. There's nobody in particular that really sticks out to me. I think they've got a lot of really strong Slayers. I think one of the more experienced players is Yaya on the squad, but at the same time, I know he's kind of bounced around to a lot of different rosters, so I don't know if he's the type of player that's really going to lead a squad. But I think given how long he's been around the competitive scene, that's going to be a player that they naturally look to.
It's always tough, too, I think, just generally speaking about Call of Duty and the IGLing, to run an SMG and also call for your team in 5v5 playing on largely what is 4v4 maps in the history of COD. So yeah, it could be interesting, but maybe we'll get a chance to ask them the question if they win this match. We have another interview. It's going to speak that into existence, but for Zidium on the other side, it's about trying to get yourself proven and try to find more than 50 points. That may be goal number 1 here as we drop on into takeoff.
All right, it is smokes galore here on P1. Nobody can see anything. Zidium make their way on into the hard point, but Bison holding down the high ground for right now. He's going to do his best to lock up some map control for his squad. Afer making his way on into the point, and you can see those LKs in all the long angles, trying to cut off those rotations on in. Very back and forth off the start. Cree with the UL in hand, going to find one before getting traded out. And Panic making their way into the hard point, getting a nice little chunk here off P1.
Yeah, great use of utility here for Panic to continue to at least contest at worst as they, like you mentioned, hold on not just to most of this hard point, but also on top of that, they've got the rotation, at least for now, over towards P2. Though, Zidium working on both at the same time. Couple of kills coming out, and okay, here's an opportunity for Zidium to get themselves back into the mix. They will largely get to this game about level points and an opportunity to play for new, but the latter of the two elements is shut down, and there will be a small lead as we rotate over, looking at a Panic setup over the top of this second floor.
And interestingly, we've actually got 3 players in AR roles for Zidium, which is not something you'll see super commonly, but that's the role Kree's going to fill with that UL in hand as well. We'll see if it pays off for him, but it's going to be a lot tougher once you get into the close range, and he gets shut down on the bottom side regardless. Panic, pretty much free reign on the inside of the hard point, but Rondo is there to apply that pressure. Couple of big kills, and it looks like the spawns are going to flip out right here.
Yeah, really well done. Zidium just kind of hit from all fronts at the same time. Works out. They get the flip, not just the hard point, but also, like you mentioned, the spawns. So lead goes to Zidium for the time being. Panic able to contest right back in from the front. Owner trying to clear up these back stairs and will do well, but stunned up. The opportunity for Denicio to get to work, and how about it? Denicio getting 3, and Zidium looking good for the scrap time.
Zidium looking so much better than what we saw out of them up against Kings yesterday. Bison's going to get pushed up, but he loses that gunfight as well. Slayer's there for the trade, but right now you're playing for scraps, and Zidium rotated out early on what is arguably the most important hard point in this one. Not only do you want to get this early time, but you want to be set up for that chain to P4. And right now, Panic, 3 players flood in from the bottom side. Genius taken down, and they're in prime position to get a big chunk here on P3.
Oh, but wait, kills from the front, plus Genius spawns behind. Oh, he spawns in the middle of Panic's team. Tough timing. Maybe an opportunity to pitch, but all of a sudden Panic clean things up. Operators are out, though. They've already committed to this. If you're Zidium, it's a Purifier and a War Machine in combination of one another. Genius back in for the contest. Predator Missile also called in. Zidium really putting the gas pedal down here. But Panic able to respond pretty darn nicely. They hold on to the spawns, they get a couple of shutdowns, now they've got some operators of their own. A lot of the Sparrow being denied, but Owner still able to connect with a couple. The hard point goes neutral for the back 25.
It is pure chaos here on P3. Full investment out of both squads, operators, and score streaks galore. And right now it is Zidium picking up the scrap time. You can see those players rotated out early as well. And he's got Slayer popping a claw, but this late in the hard point, you got to wonder what type of value he's going to be able to find. He's going to try to break in onto next, and he's going to be able to do exactly that. Now taking that high ground control, and that early rotation for Zidium now suddenly disappears.
Hard point about to unlock. We'll have pretty much a full 5v5 at the front of this hard point. Number 5 in Blue Storm will spawn behind this play. Panic still spawned on the left side of the minimap, and actually Storm has done very well to stay and keep his life back here, trying to stop these reinforcements before they come in, but once again, Panic able to combine the Purifier with the War Machine. That works out for the whole. Now an opportunity for Zidium to try to work this through the hard way, but Afer shuts him down, bumps the hard point, gets through at the Purifier, and with that, Panic gets set up.
Well, Zidium and Panic just trading blows non-stop right now. Annihilator going to push on in. Bison trying to clear out that one final player. He does that. Zidium still maintain control of the hard point right here. Slayer's going to get shut down. Denicio pops Annihilator of his own. And that's some crucial time once again for Zidium, as neither team able to build any type of a lead. And right now, this is just a knockdown, drag-out game of COD Mobile.
Tug of war, brother. Tug of war at the moment. Zidium will exit from our first set of hills with a 20-point lead, though. Almost doubling their points what they had yesterday. So already Justice, unbelievably better than what we had seen from day number 1. Panic and a little bit of stress, trying to work their way back over towards Fountain. First couple of gunfights don't quite go their way. Kree up top also kind of dominates the high ground here for Zidium. They feel super comfortable behind the cover of smoke on the hill. They continue to build their lead.
They're starting to build on this lead in a convincing way. There is no type of map control right now for this Panic roster. No high ground, and they're trying to force their way in from the front without addressing any of those long-range players on the Zidium roster. Slayer gonna take a lot of damage before sliding in to get that kill, but all that's gonna do is clear the hard point. Bison looking to cut off rotations from the opposite side, and he's trying to lock down the bottom side, but Genius reads it as well. And the hard point, once again, unoccupied.
Numbers largely still good for Zidium, but they cannot crack the code of getting across the left side of the minimap. So we stay at about a 40-point game. Panic largely going to be trying to hold for new while trying to do what they can to contest with a couple of the players on this last couple of seconds. And that will be largely successful on both fronts as Bison's able to take down 2. So now Zidium spawning all the way across the map. Second hard point about to open up. But Zidium are going to have a lot to do, lots of obstacles to hurdle here on their way back over towards the second hill.
And Yaya in prime position. Looks like he's set up properly on the doorway. One player able to slide through, and you know Storm's over at the window, but he shuts down Denisio. And that's the only player that he's got to worry about for the time being. Looks like Zidium looking to flip, trying to apply pressure through that stadium area, but not finding the kills is once again Yaya, the lone man in the hard point. Finally the contest right here, but gonna reposition and wait for teammates to back him up.
Panic just has not anchored these spawns either time that we've been here. They have to once again fight from the front. 25 seconds still to go, and Kree's gonna turn the tides by pulling off the War Machine. Storm there to support. Rondo down low, furthering the issue. And how about Zidium? Great objective play. Playing for spawns, getting it as an opportunity to help use as a chance to break open these hard points at the same time. And Zidium will see themselves still up around 40 as we head over towards our big money hill at P3.
Big rotations right here. Afer's in position, but he is the lone man there for Panic. 2 players getting ready to push in, wins the initial gunfight. That's a crucial one. Slayer says, I can use a crossbow, why not? He's trying to do what he can, but right now it is Panic in a phenomenal spot here heading into P3. Storm gets shut down. They have no map control. They have no high ground. And right now might need to invest some of these operators to have a chance of breaking in.
Or that could, probably 3 that could come out, plus whatever Kree's got in his back pocket as far as score streaks are concerned. Panic still set up and bunkered down inside the hard point. Here comes the full surround though. Zidium looking for their break. Claw in the hand of Storm. Slayer tries a challenge. Kill still looking good. And Owner tries to get the bow out to stop the break. Not going to be able to. And once again, Zidium break with 20 seconds to fight. Panic, no more operators to try to re-break this. They got to do it the hard way, and they will be bounced away. An opportunity still to finesse, but largely speaking, that is a great break from Zidium.
Huge usage on the operators right there. Rondo's trying to get the better of this one. Yaya says not today. And Panic do a good job of minimizing the damage there as they only allow maybe 15-20 seconds out of it. But realistically, it looked like it should have been a full 60 for Panic. And for Zidium, you have the nice setup here over on P4, and nice little crossfire out of Kree. Gonna be able to shut down a couple. Slayer doing his best to catch those Zidium players out of position. But right now, they are just constantly second guessing while Zidium locks in free time.
Yeah, Genius just completely denies the play. He stays away from the gunfight, stays on the pitch, and now all of a sudden he's got an angle for this spawn trap, and Panic is under extreme duress trying to get out of spawn. First 30 seconds largely good for Zidium. Operator starting to be earned again, though, for Panic, but the Annihilator for Bison finds absolutely nothing. It's Kree for the double. Now drops down to the low ground. Has more in front of him, but doesn't even need to come through as Denisio's there to support the hill. One last player is Yaya. He's able to neutralize, but once again, Zidium come out slightly on top. Scrap time still going to be fought for the last 12. Yaya starting to heat up. He's able to get himself onto 5, make it 6. And he's got a War Machine now earned because of it.
Let him cook. He's going in right now. Pred Missile gonna drop as well. He'll find one and get some information for his team, and now the feed's starting to light up very yellow. Kree in a bad spot. He's gonna get shut down. And a lot of the kills going the way of Panic. But the question is, can they get those high ground positions to allow them to lock in some big chunks of time here on P1? Right now, the smokes are going to do the majority of the supporting, and Yaya not going to get the better of that gunfight. Big contest right here, big gunfights, and Panic comes out on top.
Panic really starting to see see a lot of electricity out of their SMGs. Bison playing backside scaffold. Zidium need to find a way to still not just contest this hard point, but they're looking to stretch across the map. Rondo up top. Oh, not to deny Slayer, and Bison also gets a bit of a turn on to Genius. Uh-oh, you can start to feel the trends go the way of Panic as they take a 10-point lead with still 15 seconds to fight on the hard point. And if they win another set of gunfights, they can get across the map quickly.
Right now, Panic doing everything they can to capitalize on this P1. Yaya, make sure to clear out the hard point. Cuts off a couple of seconds, and Slayer in position to potentially get these spawns, but not going to be able to win that gunfight. Afer on the backside, trying to break his way on in as well, but there's just too many reinforcements here. Zidium find a way through regardless, and they continue to lock in time here on P2.
Up a Storm, he thought he had the spawns won. There was another player chasing him, so spawns will be blocked for the time being. Operators are out for both sides. Panic finding a lot of eliminations, but still, Zidium holding on. They all spawn in as well. Bison, the last player left from the front, will be also turned aside. Zidium over the 200-point threshold. Panic having a tough time getting through Denisio as the Annihilator starts to get to work. Play from the front, though, starting to find success for Panic as they get back on for a contest, but once again, Zidium able to kind of push it over the edge with more operators finding success.
That was a massive investment for Zidium there. I think 3 or 4 operators popped all at once just to maintain this position, just to maintain the spawns over here on P2. And it looks like the players rotating out as expected. Storm doesn't hear the audio cues, and that's a huge initial gunfight win for Slayer right there. Genius on the bottom side looking still to contest. All the players racing across the map and nobody holding that high ground control. It's absolute chaos on the inside of P3.
What's going to happen to the spawns here for Panic? The hard point's about to open up. Bison gets on. Owner's not going to fully beat him. He's got a Sparrow to help him get himself back into the hard point. 225 plays 210. Panic currently in the hard point, but Rondo trying to change that. Pure fire out. Burns alive. Afer. Oh, they've gotten the full clear up top. Now it's just on to clearing off the hill itself, but now Owner's still got the bow out. Bison says, you like bows? How about pistols? And Genius says, bet, I'll take it. 232 to 212. Zidium, they can see their first map win possibly coming through. You just got to hold.
Huge takedown onto the Annihilator right there. Slayer doing everything he can. Crossbow, you throw it all at and see what it sticks. He's not going to be able to find that one, though. Kree pushes back on in. Only 10 seconds needed, and Denisio is there. Genius trying to find the trades, but it's not meant to be. Storm locking it down as well, and only 3 seconds needed for Zidium. Can they hold off the push? They do, and they take their first map of European Stage 4.
Woo-wee. Didn't see this one coming, brother. Holy cannoli. Hands off, stove's hot. Oh my goodness. And talk about just the ability for Zidium to come out of being beat down yesterday, not winning gunfights, not winning really at any point in time throughout their first hard point, to then play near perfect hard point to start off the map. Great rotations, great help, great support, and it came in the face of some questionable meta comps, like you mentioned, when it comes to overall weaponry compositions, but hey, it made it work, and in the process, 2 players get over 40 kills.
Yeah, the thing is, in tournaments leading up to stages 3 and 4, Zidium was a very solid team. Like, they were top 3, top 4 pretty consistently, which is why I was so surprised at the way they were getting pretty much steamrolled, not only in stage 3, but stage 4 as well. So I'm loving what I'm seeing out of these guys, and they're showing they've absolutely got what it takes, and maybe a little bit of a reverse revenge tour as Afer leaves to join another squad, and they take map 1 off of that squad.
Insert that one COD meme of, that's why you got dropped. Although he didn't get dropped, so he just left. So, you know, somewhat similar. But, boy, I'll tell you, man, there were moments, and you mentioned this in particular, I think when we got to the final moments of P2, where it's like Zidium popped 3, 4 operators all at the same time. And we don't often like to see that. You like to see them cycle them out, kind of stretch the ability for those operators to last between multiple hard points. But honestly, Panic kind of did the same thing. Everyone just kind of threw their specialties at one another, and Zidium just a touch better there at the end when it mattered most, but a tight one for the opening hard point. And now we start to talk about Tunisia for the search and destroy. We did see this yesterday. It didn't last very long for Zidium, but we did see it yesterday.
Yeah, and to be fair, Panic Search and Destroy didn't look very strong yesterday either. Obviously, it was on a different map, but fortunately, if you're Zidium, you had that opportunity to look back at that exact VOD and see where things went wrong and look for room for improvement. So I'm expecting that they're going to come out hot. It seems like they've got the momentum right now and maybe a little bit more confidence building as well. I think for a lot of these players, some of their first opportunities to play in a COD Mobile Major, and sometimes you gotta shake off the nerves. That's the beauty of this new Stage 4. You don't necessarily have to put all that pressure on the first day of action. You got a little bit of wiggle room, and we'll see what they can do here heading into the Tunisia Search.
Like you mentioned yesterday, for Zidium, you're not circling Kings on your schedule as a must-win. This one, though, you very well may have done. So we'll see how it goes. It's going to be the offense initially for Zidium, looking to kind of at least feel out the pressure over towards A. It's a four-man stack all over the top of the bomb site. The only player through mid is Afer, and he's done well to get first blood. Slayer very aggressive up top as Afer continues to get solo challenged, and that will be good for the numbers for the defensive Panic.
Rondo's got the bomb in hand, but they're pretty much stuck right now. Denisio on the top side, hoping for an angle to hit a snipe, but nobody looking to contest right here, and he is at a very wall-bangable angle for Slayer as well. And it looks like he's read this flank out of Afer. There's a lot of players trying to apply pressure here, and the Holger's doing the damage.
No entry for Zidium, and that may be the last straw as they'll go to the 2v2 and try to rotate back over towards B. Afer, who had been previously kind of positioned in mid, will be the one trusted to rotate over and give this a check. He does have some utility to play with, maybe as a way to stun check this. Whereas for Zidium, at least a frag available for Rondo, and the play is made a bit further forward. Kree gonna open up the space by way of kind of covering with the snipe. And Afer will have to either play for sound cues or a shoulder here if he wants to reveal this information.
And the question is, did they hear that slide? It seems like they did. Kree looking to hold the angle, but he reads it like a book. Afer shut down right there, and now onto Onur for the 1v2. Gets the perfect timing. Here's the plant go through, but does not find eyes onto Rondo. And now he's in a rough spot. I don't think Zidium quite know what position that he's in. But once again, going to be forced on the low ground if he's going to find that first kill.
The biggest question here for Onur is where exactly is the scope? He does see Rondo on the exit, finds the first kill cleanly. Now it's down to the 1v1. Onur trying to hunt. Doesn't quite see Kree yet. Information's not mutual. They've got to pass right by one another. Oh, and how about it? Onur's going to take the 1v2, more than enough time for the defuse. Oh, missed chance there for Zidium.
Something about these LMG clutches in Search and Destroy, like the last thing that you would expect to see, but Karma doing the exact same thing with the Holger in hand yesterday. And these guys just know how to move with it in the right way. Give themselves the best chance of winning, and they do that. They're Onur, 3 kills, Afer 2. They do all the work there in round number 1. And a similar setup right here once again, 2-1-2. As it looks like a couple different looks at the Zidium squad. A couple players going mid, and that's a big opening kill.
Yeah, Afer plays a little bit further back. He was trying to open up space for Bison to be the one to check through mid if there was a challenge, which Zidium does pull 2 members down through mid stairs. Works out, though, overall. Panic still defensively come out on top. 4v3 is what we're left with, the minute 25 on the clock. Space forward, though, for Storm. Makes good use of it. He should be in a tradable spot. Kree's trying to get here to help him. And on the cross, Storm's going to take down another. He has been undeniable. Storm's going to get 3. Last one left for the defense is Onur. Why not? 1v3 at the Holger this time.
Onur trying to make it happen. Not quite as easy that time around, though. Big group up right there for Zidium to clutch up the round. And right now, things looking pretty even between the 2 squads. We'll see if we have a little bit of a different look, but for the most part, fairly passive approach out of both teams.
Yeah.
Right now, it's going to be Yaya solo sent over to the B side on the defense. And once again, 2 players go mid, no real contest right there. And the question is, can they win those opening gunfights?
Oh, Yaya says, I need to get out of here. Not going to be able to. And how about Denisio from up top? Oh, my goodness. Put it in a highlight reel. 2 snipes plus the pistol at range. Onur could do nothing but watch as Zidium just runs right through Panic. Lots of this focus through mid working out all of a sudden.
Yeah, the question is, are Panic going to send anything to counter? They're gathering no information on that mid push, allowing the Zidium players to do whatever they want. It looks like once again, Yaya gonna solo push over toward the B side for defense. And we see two players making their way through mid, but this time the adjustment comes through and Slayer's gonna get pushed up early with the sniper. Big first blood for him.
Oh, but Denicio again, not to be deterred, takes down another double. Mid, largely taken care of as Afer saves the life right there into Yaya. My goodness, if you want to see defensively how you change up your looks through mid, watch these first 4 rounds back again by Panic. All of them small little variations of how your SMGs can combine to try to contest through mid. Some successful, some unsuccessful to get into the 2v3 retake.
Denicio is getting stormed right now. 3 players pushing through for Panic. He's got the deagle in hand, but just can't find eyes. But the hip fire lands onto one, gets 50 HP off the other as well. Rondo has an opportunity to clutch up in the 1v2 right here, but there's only 20 seconds left. Gets the better of the gunfight. And Exidium extend out the lead once again.
And again, it's how they're playing around mid-map. This double hit right down mid-alley has largely been uncontested until you get into mid-arch or the back ramp. Denicio uses that as a chance to say, if there's no one mid, I know exactly where I need to be looking with this scope. And Panic have to throw something different here through mid. And this time they will. Slayer's going to have a scope to watch, but Zidium are not peeking. This time they're looking for maybe a full flood right on this early A-cross.
Bison reads it perfectly. Gonna continue to hold that angle. One player crosses Storm, big shot to equalize. Now into the 4v4. Genius, that is maybe not the best angle to be holding with a close range Fennec, but right now, Genius can be able to take down Onur, and the bomb is going to go down here on A.
Storm has to watch this flank. Afer is still completely unconcealed. Now he makes his presence known. To a 3v3 we go. And the post plant is stuck on site. Nade starting to come through as Slayer looks to clear off angles. Rondo holding close. Kree connects for the first. Pistol out, works out for Slayer. Now it's down to the 2v2. Rondo and Kree playing similar corners. Afer up top needs to get active. Slayer's tagged down low. Afer gets the first. Turns, tries to find the second. Rondo, another possible 1v2, but no. Slayer puts together the response and Panic bring us back to within 1.
Huge round. You avoid a 4-round deficit right there. You keep things close. And once again, they make the adjustments. I think on the flip side, Zidium do a good job of not remaining predictable. They send nobody mid, but just don't quite have the firepower there. And it looks like, once again, full sending things over toward the A side. 2 players gonna go mid once again. This time a little bit more passive approach out of them, but Slayer rips the head off of Genius.
Huge opening first blood. That's gonna slow down Zidium convincingly, as they're still trusting Denicio to possibly find an opening towards A. Not going to find anything this time. Kree was working with it. Rondo, bomb in hand. Storm still waiting for someone to push maybe through B, but it's not going to happen. Panic is just happy to keep their 5v4 for the time being.
Rondo, bomb in hand. Sitting back once again, you got your sniper up in top winery, just looking for info. Kree not able to connect on the snipe right there. He's in a rough spot, but Onur not looking to chow. He knows there's somebody waiting around the corner for trades, and that is not a gunfight he wants to be a part of. Rondo gonna wrap back toward mid. Storm likely relaying some type of information, but Slayer's on the opposite side, sniper in hand. And right now Zidium looking a little bit stuck.
Just not a lot of options here. Sniper rifles are covering every angle of approach. Rondo does get closer on towards side to Denicio. Big pick onto Bison. Rondo follows up. Hold on a second. This is a 2v5, now a 2v3. Bomb site has been taken. And Panic, they're going to stack for this retake. Rondo may get a lineup here. He's on the corner. He's trying to take it away from him. He gets the first, slips away. No, Slayer gets the trade. Trying to follow was Denicio, but he's just got the deagle out. Bomb is down. Tries to cook up the nade. Does this land? Not fully, but it does allow him a chance to collect the bomb. Pistol out, he changes the angle up, and no. Lots of damage, but no kills. It's a 3-3 half.
Both players 50 HP, but just not quite the right timing there. An aggressive play that does not pay off, and we go ahead and flip sides. See what type of push we see out of this Panic squad, and it is going to be completely the opposite. Now full sending it on over to the B side, but there are 3 players there and waiting to counter for Zidium.
This will be the first time that we've seen a heavy-handed B approach if they do commit forward. Kree's watching deep, Storm on the close cross, and Genius is just holding the staircase. Tough to break down if you're Panic. Looking for spam shots through the walls, not going to work out. Denisio trusted largely to solo hold A with a little bit of support from Rondo nearby, but that is all long-range weaponry, and Zidium are going to try to make the prediction here. They're going to stack B.
Well, you got Bison watching the flank right now, not allowing anybody through that winery side. It's still very much a waiting game with Genius at the bottom of this stairway. Likely to be the first point of engagement.
Yeah.
It seems like they know Afer's crossed through. Genius waiting for that first entry, and that's the information that you need. Gets shots onto Slayer, big opening kill, and that completely forces back the push of Panic. Afer's taking bullets, he's gonna be forced all the way back, and he's gonna have to win a crucial gunfight to have any chance of escaping this.
Nades come in, Genius has to back up for a little bit. Storm still holding a very similar angle though. As Bison does connect onto Rondo. Smoke right over the top of the stairheady. Storm still concealed behind the boxes though. Ooh, Panic, they need to find him. It's a 50-50 guess. Storm reveals himself, changes the angle, finds the kill. Kree there to support. Oh my goodness, Storm. Unreal stuff, and now it's just down to one. Bison for the 1v4.
Oh my gosh, as clean as can be. Perfect disengagement. Reconnects with the sniper in hand, and Genius is there to clean up the last round.
Ô, galerinha, vou encerrar a live aí, beleza? Vocês podem assistir lá pelo canal oficial, beleza? No YouTube aqui. E tamo junto, galera. Até outro dia aí, beleza?
But they're still gonna head that way once again.
Valeu.
I love that setup too, for what it's worth. You've got